Off, go over there. Oh. Hello, welcome to another live. Just making sure everything's working. Looking at the, yep, people's joining, so the internet's working. That's good. Sadly, I've actually got two internets. I know, don't ask. I had my normal internet, which was 70 meg, and then I found out that there was a company that could do the 1 gigabyte. So I went and applied for that, and they ended up couldn't do it. So then I thought, okay, I'll renew my 70 megabyte one, and so I did for 2 years. And then about a month later, the 1 gigabyte says we can now actually put it into your house. So I said, yeah, let's have some of that. So I've now got two internet. Hi everybody. So this is a different live tonight. It's if someone wants to chat. Obviously, I'll try and limit it to a certain amount of time, only because obviously one person on 5 hours wouldn't let the other ones come in. So if you do want to chat with me or anyone else, in fact, if you want to need to bring in someone else, we'll do that. So it's not going to be me tonight all the time. It's going to be hopefully you guys. You are the stars. So Jess has joined us that evening. Hi Jess, Dad Jokes channel. Hello. Now, just before someone goes live with me, and Jane's joined. Jane, if you want to chat, you're more than welcome to. Just thought I would. BRM is. Are you going to be talking about Jesus today? Well, I've done the video. I've put it up on various different places, and do you know what? I was. If you heard me yesterday on the live, I was like expecting a hell of a lot of haters. But I haven't got anyone. Not one comment. Not one to say genius and not one to say you're wrong. Everyone's just avoided saying anything. So I'm going to take that as a success because A, no one's complaining, and B, no one's proving me wrong. So I'm going to go with a success here. That's why I put the word expert on the background. But yeah, basically, so I in regards to Jesus, I as I've mentioned before, I don't really look into his life because there's nothing to sort of compare it to, unlike the Sumerian text where I can compare the Bible to the older texts. But if you've watched my video on who I think Jesus' father was, I mean, it's a pretty good, logical understanding of who it would have been, with the available evidence that we have. Obviously, we have to start it from the premise that there's no Almighty God, simply because I've proved that there isn't. Because I've proved that the Bible talks about the Anunnaki. Whether there's another God that the Bible doesn't talk about is a different matter. But whatever the Bible says, I've matched in my hours-long video. So I think we can rule out an Almighty Being as Jesus' father, which then just left the logic in Genesis 1:26 plural, and then come towards Jesus, it was a singular God. So that's where my train of thought went. I thought, well, hang on a minute, why is it always a singular God when Jesus is talking about it? And we know that there was more than one God way back when. And so that's when my brain started going, hang on a minute, well, there would have only been one God back then, and it would have been one God such as Marduk, who was left to rule the planet. So that makes sense. And did Marduk want monotheism? Hell yes, he's done it a couple of times before. And thank you, Kerry. So the logic just went down that road, and I just thought, well, it makes absolute sense. Bethlehem, the Star of Bethlehem, and the miracles could have been done with, their tech and whatever else. So, until someone can tell me that I'm wrong, I'll go with that, because obviously it's not an almighty being. It just so happens to do it in the same place where the Anunnaki were, Middle East. So it had to be someone. If he was going to have a child, it would have had to have been someone that's got a track record, I would have said, of trying to do that, and Marduk did. He was Atum, and he is Amen. And the Bible says his name over and over and over. It's just like angels. People get so transfixed with the word angels, they really do, because the Anunnaki had wings, literally showed carvings of them with wings. They didn't physically fly with the wings, but they had wings. So people said, well, the Anunnaki, or the messengers, were, winged beings that, and basically just done a run with the word angel instead of actually looking at it properly and saying, well, hang on, it means messenger. So I think the same thing happened with Amen. Amen. I think people just literally took that as the end of a sentence. Amen. Yeah, morning, amen, amen. Instead of saying, our Lord, amen. It's literally telling you his name. But no one caught on, as far as I'm aware, and so far no one's told me I'm wrong. So it just made sense. It's the same as the word Elohim's in the Bible. Obviously, the translation of Elohim is gods. So again, their race name is in the Bible. So anyway, I digressed. Julian's wrote, hi boss, hi. So if anyone wants to chat, sorry, it says my mic goes off. Oh, I apologise for that. Maybe my little finger was over the mic part. Sorry. Just editing has wrote something I have to translate. Let me just use my French brain part here. I'm French, how you doing? Jokes, I'm a Lancaster lass. Sup? Oh, you made me have to use my French skills there. Thank God it's got to translate. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. James has wrote, what's your opinion on Islam? I avoid it. It really sounds rude. I do avoid it simply because in the past, whenever I've mentioned anything to do with Islam, people seem to want to actually to do very, very bad things. Regardless of whether I've got evidence, regardless of the evidence, they don't want to know. At least with Christians, they'll swear at me and they'll just say, you're evil, blah, blah, blah. But some reason or other, so I avoid Islam, I'm afraid. Jess has wrote, your mic isn't working well. Is it still not working? I've took the phone actually out of the case today so it doesn't get overheated so quick. So I don't know. If anyone wants to join in on live, that's what we're here to do today. So if you want to... Someone says my mic is quiet. That's better. Yeah, it's probably my little finger over the mic hole. Sorry, because I don't have a case on it. Some comments in this live were protected for the community's experience. Hopefully that wasn't me. Brother Pinks wrote, an expert in fairy tales is an expert in nothing. I'm just going to move on because too many, I've been doing it too long. I've proved myself, I think, beyond a shadow of a doubt, in fact, without sounding rude. And it just detracts from, what you guys want to hear. And so many of you told me after chats, I get messages from some of you guys saying, look, don't get engaged with numpties such as Brother Pink, who's just wrote something. So I won't get engaged. My record stands at 100% still. Thank our true history. I was going to say thank God there, but I thought about doing me. So yeah, 100% still. I was really worried about that Jesus one. I thought people were just going to tear me to pieces, but they haven't. Amanda's wrote, oh, I enjoyed this chat yesterday. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I do cover other subjects, but this one seems the one that seems to get the most views. Normally, when I talk about who created, humans, aliens created humans, I normally get about 300 to 400 people listening at any one time. But when I put anything else in the background, I get sort of 80. So, but anyway, this is not for me today. It's for you guys. So if anyone wants to chat, you just tell me a story, whatever you want to do, I'll let you on. Not a problem. Amanda's right. I'm going to get comfortable. Dean has wrote, who are the Greys? There's reports. I don't know how true this is. There's reports that there's about 80 different types of Greys. And now that sounds stupid because you think, well, hang on a minute. How can there be different types of Greys if they're... But when you break it down that the Orion type ones are android, then you think, okay, they're cloned, which we can do. We've been doing cloning for a lot longer than Dolly the sheep. So when you think, okay, they're cloned, if, for example, our military got hold of one of them, they would probably try and clone it themselves. And apparently so does other alien races. So the 80 Greys out there, the 80 different types of Greys, when I say different type, belong to different types of species because they're all basically creating these little worker bees So that makes sense in a way because apparently we do it now at the American military. Thank you, Miss Gothic. That was nice of you. Yeah. So, but really, the truth that I'm aware of is the Zeta reticulars, which is one type of grey, and then you've got the tall whites, which I know they're not grey, but they kind of look ish greyish, even though they could pass as a human with wide set eyes. And then you've got the Orion Greys, which are the little ones that have the IQ of about a 6-year-old, but they're android type things. Sorry, just there's a live chat request. I think Max Man. Oh, please, I don't know who you are, but please be sensible. Here we go. Train crash. About hello.
Oh, can you hear
Hi, Matt.
me?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, not too bad. Do you know who I am? I only ask because sometimes I've let people on that I've never seen their name before, and they're like, "What are you
I
talking
have
about?"
I have no idea who you are, but I'm interested in the topics that you're talking about. And I have you said like talking about some experiences. I've had some experiences, especially with the paranormal and spirits.
Oh, I'm interested. Go ahead. Let me know.
So I have a few stories. Um, Not really anything. I've learned that like when actually like having paranormal activity, I mean experiences and stuff like that, it's never that interesting as like the movies or stuff like that. So one of my first ones was when I was much younger. My uncle had just moved to an older house in Boston, and it's a pretty big house. It was 4 stories, and the previous owner had separated the house where like the top 2 stories were an apartment, and the bottom 2 stories were where the original owner lived, or the last owner, I guess it was. Um, and the last owner didn't have the key to the apartment anymore. There was no way to get up to those top 2 floors. So we were staying there and we were helping my uncle clean up the place. And one night it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. I was just walking to the bathroom, and there was a door that leads to where the apartment was that nobody had a key for, and it was just unlocked. And there was a light on up there, even though there was supposedly no power connected to any of the rooms up there. So I went up there, and there was like every time I was walking towards something, there was a light, and it would just move. And so I just kept following the light until it just kind of disappeared, and I was on this balcony that looked out over the back of the house. Um, and I went downstairs and went back to bed, and I woke up the next morning. I asked my uncle like, when did you find the key? Because I noticed it was open last night. There were lights on up there, and my uncle's like, I never found the key, and my dad's like, no, nobody's been up there yet. And like I showed them, and the door was shut because I shut it when I came back down, but it was now unlocked.
Wow.
Um, so it was a really weird experience. I don't know. I really think something led me up there. I don't really know what it was, because people had tried as hard as they can to get that door open, like just by jimmying it or like anything. So like it's not. It was definitely locked before I went up there,
What
and like
light?
the door was
Do you
full.
know?
What's that?
What kind of light was it?
It
Was it
was
a lot?
like I was definitely like you know partially asleep, and I was young. I was 8 years old, but it was a very bright like light. Like it seemed like a not like a lamp or anything like that. Like a light that would light up a whole room, like a ceiling light or something like that. So that's why I was like, oh, somebody must have gotten up here and like turned on the lights up here or something like that. I didn't really think anything paranormal of it until many years later when I thought back about that story. And it was a very old house. It's right on the outskirts of Boston, the area that it's in. Like some of the houses were from 1800s, and some of them even older than that. Um, so it was interesting. We've never gotten any history on the house, like if like it's haunted. I've never seen anything since I've gone there, but it was just an interesting experience. Um, you know,
Sounds it.
but not anything like super exciting or anything. Like people are always like, Oh, that's the whole story. There was no like ghost that pops out, scares you, or tries to kill you or anything. No, just like it just wanted to show me whatever was up there.
Yeah. Did you? I don't suppose you remember whether you felt cold when you started going through the rooms
It
where the
was
lights were.
well, so it was Boston in December, so it was
Right.
cold
That was
just to
already.
begin with. But it definitely, I think it was colder up there than it was anywhere else in the house. But that's also because
No.
my uncle had fireplaces going because the heat wasn't turned on there yet, and I don't think any of that heat had reached up there. It was like it's a very nice house. Like even when he bought it, it was all old wood. So it definitely is a cold place to begin with. Um, but I don't like when I think back about it. Like people are like, "Were you scared? Like were you like did you feel anything like watching you?" I didn't feel any of that. I just felt like something was trying to. I don't know if I felt like something was trying to lead me, or I just was letting that light lead me, like to see what was going on.
Paul Clark has asked a question to you. Is there a stone in the centre of your house basement with a train symbol on it in Boston?
Um, I've only been in his basement, so it's my uncle's house. I don't live there. Like we just, I live in New Jersey. We just were up there helping him move in because it was, he lives by himself. Um, but I never saw anything like that in the basement. I've been in his basement a few times. Um, so no,
Huh? And nothing since?
nothing there since. Um, um, I had this one friend that stayed with me at my mom's house a few times, and we had some weird experiences. Um, my mom's house is in New Jersey, and the previous owners before my mom bought it both passed away there, but they didn't pass away of anything dramatic. They were just old, and they passed away there, and then the house was sold. Um, but like a lot of times, and only when this one person was there with me, would things like happen, like mostly just things moving or doors opening and stuff like that. And again, never anything that was like super scary. You would just like go to the bathroom and then come back, and the door to the bedroom would be closed, or like you'd go downstairs to move laundry, and the door to the laundry room would be closed, or like only like small things would be moved. But there was one time where my friend was staying over, and nobody else was in the house except the two of us, and we heard some yelling, and we both woke up and walked around the house and tried to find like the source of the yelling. We even looked outside to see if like there were cars or anything. The neighborhood was like pretty much dark, um, and then we were standing in the living room, and like we did get like that really cold feeling, like and like we both felt like something was about to happen, so we were just like kind of listening, and then we heard like six really loud gunshots, and it felt like the gunshots were happening like right next to us. Like I went to the floor. That's how close I thought the gunshots were. Like I thought somebody was maybe trying to kill me or something like that. But like we looked around, there was no bullet damage. I even went outside once I was brave enough. There was nothing that like made me think anybody shot a gun anywhere near my house. And it sounded like the shots happened, um, like right in the living room that we were in. But the weird thing is that it only happened when I was around this one person. Whenever that person wasn't with me in the house, nothing would happen.
Hmm. And did they hear the
So
sound?
yeah, we both experienced the gunshot sound and the yelling. And she's experienced it since then. Like I think she's what would be the word for that? Like a medium or something like that. Somebody who
Yeah.
constantly has experiences. That was the only time, other than the one experience that I've had. And like my mom still lives in that house, and she's never experienced anything.
Right? So the moral of the story is stay away from that person.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Are there like? Do you think there are people that are just more attuned
Oh,
to that kind of thing? And
absolutely.
do you think so?
Yeah.
Can it spread to people that they're around? Because she said, I've talked to her about it before. She's been with people where she's experienced things and they haven't experienced them. So like then they like don't believe her because obviously if you experience something and somebody else doesn't, you're not going to believe that person. But if two people experience the exact same thing, um, it kind of gives more credence to what they're saying.
Yeah, from my research for many years, spirits can stay with someone. So even if for example, if your friend had a spirit that was with them for whatever reason, angry or nice, if that friend grew up and moved into a bedsit or whatever, that spirit would be there. And if it was a friendly spirit, it might make itself known. If it was an angry spirit, it might be start knocking on doors, knocking things over. So it doesn't sound like it's an angry one because it doesn't sound like there was anything malicious so far. But yeah,
Yeah,
they do seem to attach to people for some reason or other.
that's interesting. I guess I'm glad that they didn't attach to me.
Yeah, you're not as important as that person. But to say you don't have spirit guardians watching out for you, but you probably just don't need the acknowledgement of them. Maybe maybe your friend needed to know that someone's there for them, and subconsciously, and they sort of keep trying to let her know.
That's pretty cool. All right, that was the only stories that I had to share. But
Oh, good luck. Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
thank you for having me up.
You're welcome. Thank you. That's nice. I have no idea how to. Oh, there we go. So yeah, so if anyone wants to join in on a live and chat, you're more than welcome to. Today, it's not about me today. Reese, I think it is right. Where is heaven? So if you go by the original Bible and the older text, heaven is space. That's literally what it is. You got stars, sun, moon in heaven, which is what it says. So obviously it's space. But if you talk to proper clairvoyants, mediums, and spiritualists, they'll say there's no such thing as heaven, but there is a higher and lower frequency, and that's to do with where your orb, the spirit, would reside on the other side. A higher frequency would be a good person, and all the higher frequencies of good people would be in the same sort of vicinity. This is how I've been described it by clairvoyants and mediums, etc. This is what they said. They said, so imagine if you've got sort of a ghetto or a bad area, neighbourhood, you get all the bad people wanting to hang around that bad neighbourhood, and you'll have all the good people wanting to avoid that area and go to somewhere nice and pretty, and that's apparently how they are on the other side. If you've got the mindset when when you die and you're angry and evil and whatever else, then you'll have a lower frequency and you'll be with the lower frequency people. So there's technically no heaven or hell, really. Reese's wrote, "Is heaven on earth?" So the spirits actually can go anywhere. They can go here, literally sitting in front of you. They can go to another planet in a blink of an eye. So, and for them, there's no time. So they could be in in my case, when I did a Ouija board, my dad was before he obviously came to the Ouija board, he was in a pub. So you think, well, how can you be in a pub? And generally, they were in a real pub, pub in England. It's not a pub they made. However, they do manifest things. And in the case of my, in some cases where people's done audio recordings, they actually can hear people chatting in the background and hear glass smashing and things like that. But it's not glass in the actual pub getting smashed there and then. It's on the other side that they've manifested the glass that they've knocked over and smashed. It's quite crazy, but I suppose when you're on the other side, it makes a lot of sense. Like I say, if anyone wants to join today and chat, you're more than welcome to. DRM has wrote, "I've joined because you said you'll be telling us who Jesus was." So yeah, literally Jesus from my videos, which I have put up. You can go watch it. 20 minutes long, two parts. The conclusion for me is that it's Marduk's son. Everything matches the logic in that it would be Marduk still around. He'd already tried it with as Atum. He was already called Arman prior to Atum. So when you got Atum, Arman, and Amen, in fact, in Egyptian is Arman. So it's exactly the same person. So the Bible's literally telling you his name but no one really worked it out, as far as I'm aware, unless someone tells me I'm wrong. So the Bible, every time you go in Amen, our Lord, Amen, is literally His name. It's the same as saying Amen, our Lord, Amen. As soon as you say our Lord, Amen, you'll say, well, that's Amen Ra, isn't it? Yeah, just get rid of the Ra, but yeah, it's Amen. And Aten was the same. Aten was also a sun god. And Nefertiti, etc., all had to change their religious beliefs into one god, into Atum, because Marduk only wanted everyone to believe in one god, same as he did when he was Ra. So it all matches as far as I'm concerned. Again, I'm here for people to chat to me, so please, if you want to talk or ask a question or anything, just click the whatever it is you need to click. I don't normally join with people, so I don't do lives. Joe has wrote, how do we join the live? I don't actually know the answer to that. Someone hopefully will be able to tell this person. When I look at other people's lives, I never join them. I think someone invited me in once, but that was an invite for me to go onto theirs. But I don't actually join people, so I don't know how you click to say join. Sorry. Julian's wrote, I'll try. Click on the multi-guest button. I'm guessing that's for the other person. Julian's wrote, I'll try if you can drag me up. Okay, let me click on your name and see if I can invite you by clicking on your name. So I'm not very good at this. I'm sorry. Okay, so I've got a list of people here, but your name's not on there. That's weird. Viewers. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. Probably better if you asked me to join than it is me trying to get you to join. Won't, because I don't have enough followers. Okay, sorry, Julianne. Okay, yeah. So anyone with 1,000 followers is allowed to chat, I believe. Sorry. Oh, what a shame. Gandhi's wrote, I'm Christian. Who believes aliens are real? We not all the same. I'm a Christian who believes aliens are real. Well, that's good that you've done that. Obviously, whether or not you still believe in God, but I did a video. I can't remember where it is, but basically it says about that if God put us here and He created only us on this planet, if you believe the Bible literally, even though we've got the older text, then He's put all the chemicals that we would require to do all different things, including ending up with fossil fuels, anything that we need to be able to do whatever we want, all the chemicals are here. So eventually we'll be able to fly off to another planet. But on another planet we'll find different chemicals, which means God was aware that we could get to other places in the universe. Otherwise there's no point in God putting different chemicals on another planet, in my opinion. So if He's put chemicals on another planet and we know chemicals can create life, then isn't it possible that life did start on other planets? Leonardo's wrote, Cobb County, Georgia is in the house. Why does Cobb County ring a bell? It wasn't from Dukes of Hazzard, was it? Cobb County? It kind of rings a bell. I'm not sure where Dukes of Hazzard was actually set. Aiden's wrote, hi, do we know how the slaves were treated by the Anunnaki? It's a good question. You're number one in the class for that. So, if you go by the Lost Book of Enki, it says that Enlil and Enki debated over creating slaves, and Enlil said, no, we had slaves, we've abolished slavery on our own planet. So that was the end of that. But Enki turned around and said, well, they'll be co-workers. In other words, not slaves. So the argument, for me is, we bred dogs to do certain things, gun dogs, etc. Now, is that dog a slave? It sits on your bed, you feed it, you look after it, but we bred it for a particular reason. So is it a slave? It's up to you to decide whether that's a slave or not. Now, if you say yes, then my point would be yes, okay, we were slaves. We was probably treated well. And the reason why we would be treated well is because they're here to save their planet. The last thing they want us to do is... There was only 7 males and 7 females that ended up inbreeding and inbreeding and breeding. But from the logical point of view, you want to keep your workforce happy. You certainly don't want them running off. You don't want to kill them because your planet's at stake. So from that point of view, I would say they were the first lot over in South Africa were treated very, very well, albeit designed for a task. But moving on towards after the flood, we've got tablets in the British Museum where they're talking about capturing a slave, which literally the word slave, it's not me, it's the museum's translated it. So we've got slavery properly down the line. Now, whether that was Anunnaki, my guess would be probably not. In some ways, I would have, because there was only really still a handful of Anunnakis here, and they're spread between the whole of the Middle East, Egypt, India. So that there was only, I don't know. I've estimated about 2,000. I read somewhere someone said there might have been 3,000 Anunnaki at its highest point, but that's not a lot. They're not going to have one Anunnaki every mile. There's going to be a group of Anunnakis together, a lot, probably 50, 60, 100 in one area and 100 in another area. So for them to look after the whole of the Middle East, India, as well as Egypt, I don't think they would have been able to control exactly what's going on. So I think humans actually ended up having human slaves. That's my logic in it. I might be wrong, but because of what was in the Lost Book of Enki, saying that they can't have slaves, I can't imagine them going back on that, because that would be really bad, especially if you believe the Lost Book of Enki, which was translated by Sitchin, where Gaozu, they believed Gaozu, which was the emissary for the creator of everything, not God, because their race name's God, so we already know who the gods were, but the creator of everything, which isn't in the Bible, but is in the apparently, I've not read the translations of it. I'm only going by Sitchin's word on this. But if they believed, which they, if you go by the book, that the creator of everything sent down the emissary to tell the Anunnaki to give us our Earth back, to inherit the Earth, then I can't see the Anunnaki saying, okay, we'll let them inherit the Earth, we'll teach them laws and agriculture and everything that they taught us, and we're also going to enslave them. I don't see that, because they've literally been given a sign to say, look after us, teach us. So then for them to enslave us, so I have a feeling back in the ancient times, would have been humans enslaving humans. And how they would have been treated, anyone's guess, depending on who it is that would have had them as slaves. Feel free to ask to join in the chat if you've got over 1,000 followers, if you want to join in. Joe has wrote, I'm sure there's a spirit around me. You could... The best way I've found from everything that I've ever done is at night, because spirits they struggle with the light frequency of white light, which is why seances had red lights. Put two glasses virtually touching each other in the night, and literally just lay there for a while concentrating, and maybe even just touch the bottom of one of the glasses with your finger, just hold it, and ask the spirit to tap the glasses together. You might crap your pants when it does it, if it does it. If it doesn't do it, doesn't mean that there's no spirit. It just means that it's not happened, and it could be for a couple of reasons. One is the spirit's not strong enough to physically come through and push the glass, or they might not want to. They might know that you'll crap your pants and think better not do it. But that seems to be the easiest way from everything that I've ever learned to hear whether or not someone's a spirit's around you, just by it tinging. You'll just hear a tiny ting, and then run. No, then you should be good. TP has wrote, "Do you watch Dre OG Reacts?" I don't know who DRE space OG Reacts. I don't know who that is. Sorry, wouldn't know what they do, so I don't watch them. Sorry. Tondi has wrote, "Lockheed Skunk Work. Are they building man-made UFOs?" They have been, yeah. Oh, there's people wanting to join. Sorry. Yes, they have been for a very long time. Okay, RH Ancestor, you're live.
Hello? Hello, 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 hello.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. How you
How are
doing?
you, teacher? I just want to say, I just want to come on and say, because I've only just got the access to go live, just like, thank you for what you do. And, do you know what I mean? It's like the truth that you speak, you know?
Oh, thank you.
You're appreciated, even though you got all the numpties in the chat.
Yeah, thank you. Hello. I'm guessing if you're using RH negative, you're an RH negative person.
Correct, yeah, yeah.
Have you come across? Did you ever listen to a woman called Philomena?
Yes,
Uh,
yeah, yeah. I heard it on your lives and stuff. A while back now, isn't it?
yeah, she's
But
not
yeah, I
been
guess
around.
tend to get like telepathic traits. That's things like that.
Interesting.
It can hear thoughts, you know.
Wow. So you think there's something definitely in it, do you?
Yes,
The
I feel like
different blood types.
if you're thinking about if you're thinking of someone, they're thinking of you in the same time, you know. Or like
Right.
I don't know.
That's
I've got to go
interesting.
anyway because I've got a young baby. I was just gonna say that. That's all.
Oh, I'm going to soundbite this and stick this on
Cheers.
Zit. Thank you very much.
Listen, you're not gonna see the last of me because I've only just got the access to go live. So
Oh, brilliant. No worries at all. Thank you very much.
cheers, mate.
Thank you. Cheers.
Bye bye.
Bye. Um, yes, you are had sent me some flowers or something. Thank you. I just saw them, but because I was on the chat, I have no idea how to get rid of someone. So I'm sorry if you could close your thing
I
down.
don't know how to. Hold
That's it. We're stuck together now for now.
on.
You're gonna get fed up of me in a minute. Um, I don't know how to because when I click on your detail. Oh, you've done well done. That's better than me. I never could figure that out. So yeah, if you want to join, praise me or whatever you want to do, or have a go at me. It's up to you. Okay, I'm just going back to the questions until I see sort of the guests pop up. Thank you, Dusty. I don't recall seeing your name before, but thank you for listening. Okay, we're back to the questions until I see that little guest thing pop up again. Scrolling down. Right, okay, yeah, so Lockheed, yes, definitely. So they were the ones that apparently built the test flight for the Phoenix Lights, if you remember back in '97. That was one of their crafts, and they was doing a test flight on it, which is pretty impressive. When you think the size of that thing, but they'd been doing it for a long time. That's the not NASA's, but that's the secret military complex's go-to for building these spaceships, etc. Kerry's wrote, Armon Ra was the sun god. Shouldn't that actually be the son of God? Yes, yeah. I thought that when I was talking about it earlier. just now on here, I thought sun god. When I said mention sun god, I thought son of God, but I didn't say it. But yeah, no, you're spot on. Technically, if Amun Ra would have been a god anyway, Marduk would have been a god and was. So technically, Amun Ra wouldn't have been son of God. But yeah, I see what you're saying. He was. Well, I mean, technically, he was a son of a god because he was a son of Enki, who was one of the main gods. Obviously, we got the sort of the three main ones, even though they're technically 12. But there's the three main ones that we all know of is King Anu, Enki, and Enlil. And then you've got the other ones that go down later on. You know, for example, Ninurta had a higher rank than Enki, and that's just simply because of the way their bloodline works. And when you look at their bloodlines, then you look at the Egyptians, how they inbred, and then you look at the Greeks, how they inbred, then you look at the Romans, and then you look at our royalty around the world, and so it's better people that will tell you about they're all inbreeding, you know, over the years than I can. But you got to think, where did that all inbreeding come from? And obviously, it comes back from the Anunnaki. Just scrolling down. You do feel free to ask if you want to join the live and chat about anything. Intense Mike has wrote, are we humans made by aliens like pets and work army to build stuff like pyramids, etc.? So the Anunnaki created us to build, to mine for gold. I've proved that on my long video on my Patreon page. There's only 40 minutes on TikTok, but the remaining part where I show the evidence of the mines, I think, is on the hours long version on my Patreon page. But you can just do your own research. So there is evidence of ancient gold mines covered over. And why would it be covered over? Because obviously the Anunnaki had that flood. Thank you, Do. That sounded wrong, didn't it? Thank you, Do. Do just sent me something, Do, so it sounded wrong when I said thank you, Do. I'm just trying to find my power wire just in case. Sorry. Keeps falling down. I redesigned the front room the other day. And I can't get the wire. There we are. Right, okay. Why is that? Sorry. Someone's pinned something. Boss, the next guest to close their off clicks on their box. Next guest to close their off, click the X on the box. Okay, I didn't see that myself, but they may have it on as a guest. Thank you for that, Julianne. Excellent research there, because I could never figure it out. I did Google it once. So going back to made as pets, no, we weren't made as pets. However, if you look at one of my recent TikTok videos with Marduk and his pet animal, there's a few carvings of him with this animal. So you got to think it's real. You know, no one's going to sit and design different carvings of a fictitious animal, but with a real person. It just seems illogical. So this creature has got a forked tongue, horns, would have been about 6 foot high, kind of like a dog, but not. Had ears and had a tail with some sort of bush on the end of it. Phenomenal. But you got to say, well, okay, was that a genetic hybrid that they messed around with, going back to the pets idea? Because they used to have, and this is a fact based on the images that we've got from them, they used to have lions as pets. Inanna's got pets, Enki's holding a pet. So we've got the pet lion with the full mane. So we got, we know how tall they were. I mean, you could say, well, you know, they did that to embellish their height, but they called us little people. So, you know, if they were the same height as us, you don't go around calling people little people. So the logic is that they were definitely the height they say. And of course, we've got skeletons that we have found. In the British Museum, there was a giant in the, it was called London Museum back in the day, but the British Museum, and they've removed that giant skeleton. You can still see the pictures of it online, genuine. I think it was over 8 foot, and they've removed it. And of course, when you look into who pretty much owns the British Museum, it's the Rockefeller Foundation, you got to ask yourself, why did they get that removed? And we know why they got that removed, because it shows there were giants. So they did genetically modify creatures. We've got cylinder seals showing stuff, showing the mythological creatures that's over in Greece. We've got the cylinder seals showing. I've done videos showing the Hydra, the Harpy, the Cyclops. I mean, Cyclops is a real phenomenon, believe it or not. It really is. It's called Cyclopea. So you know, when we've got real evidence of, I know people will say it's myths, but when we've got evidence of things that actually happened in the past, we've got giants, we've got Cyclopea, Cyclopses, and we've got a ligar, which is a cross between a lion and a tiger, and we can genetically create things now. It's not that hard to imagine that they were doing it back then. And in fact, on my mermaid video, which is on my Patreon page, I know it keeps advertising the Patreon, but I've been working very hard on this new dinosaur one today, all day. So that's why I do put them on the Patreon, because I do work. I spend the whole day when you're out having fun, I'm sitting editing. Yeah, on that mermaid video documentary that I've done on my Patreon page, I show evidence of a species of what looks like horse that, with skeletons, genuinely, that seems to be bred between, genetically bred. Now, who would have done that back then? And then also I show the actual carvings of those same type of creatures, which look a bit like a horse, but the back slopes a lot down more than a horse would. A horse is almost vertical, whereas these creatures, the back sloped a bit like a giraffe. And I show the Anunnaki using them to pull chariots. So we know that those creatures were used back then. And anyway, so yeah, lots of videos on my Patreon page. You're welcome if anyone's got over 1,000 followers and wants to chat to me, or to tell me off or anything at all. Just click the chat to me button somehow. I don't know where it is. Intense Micah's wrote, "Are we humans?" Sorry, I read that one. Jayan, forgive me if I pronounce that wrong. Jaayne. I don't know. I've never come across that before. Hello, mate. What's your opinion on CE5 contact Stephen Greer? I think Stephen's. I think he's on the level. I really do. I know there's people out there that say, he's a misinformation and that. The thing is, with misinformation, you have to be careful when people say there's misinformation, people out there, because sometimes drawing attention to a subject is worse than not having any misinformation at all. Does that make sense? So if I said to you, look, there's UFOs out here and they're doing this, that and the other, if I was someone that didn't want you to know about UFOs, I wouldn't put a disinformation person saying there's UFOs. I would just keep it quiet, or do what they did with the crop circles, which is get someone to fake the crop circles. Obviously, they can't fake UFOs because we've only just got drones nowadays. So you'd need some sort of, back in the day in the 80s and 40s and whatever else. No one had that technology, so they couldn't fake it. But you could fake a crop circle, which is exactly what they done. They paid people. The MI6 paid people to go around and make fake crop circles. Doug and Dave, even though there was crop circles before Doug and Dave, and crop circles all around the world at the same time. Doug and Dave were supposedly doing it, so they were actually quicker than Father Christmas getting around the planet. But hey, so I think Stephen Greer's on the level. I think he's put his life on the line, literally. I think he knows how to play the game. If you listen to his interviews, he knows that if he starts talking about free energy, pharmaceuticals, etc., he won't be here anymore. But because he's not doing that, he's not upsetting the elites with their money and power, he's just talking about UFOs, they've left him be. But when you start talking about, I've got free energy and I can do this and I can do that, that's when these people unfortunately don't seem to be around anymore. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, I think Stephen Greer's, but trying to contact the aliens the way he's doing it, if look from a logical point of view. Look at an ant. You know, you walk past an ant sitting there, you know, looking up at us, thinking, "Come on, my friends are, you know, in pain. Can you help them?" And we'll just carry on walking past. I mean, I know I'm being very simplistic with that, but literally, you know, what's an alien going to do? Is it going to come down and say, "All right, I'll grab you guys. Thanks very much. Let's hope, you know, NORAD doesn't spot us while I'm picking you guys up. Why am I picking you guys up, and not another group? Because you guys really did, you know, telepathically ask me to come down. I was bored, had some time to kill, thought I'd pick you guys up. Where do you want to go? You want to go Saturn? See the rings? Drops of Jupiter? But no, they won't really come down. You know, they might move their craft a little bit in the sky, to show you that, hey, you know, they are there and they can sense your thoughts. But they're not going to do anything more than that, because they would have done it already when before we had the technology to sort of track them and everything else. So unfortunately, to me that's a futile exercise. I mean, it's great if you want to see a, you know, UFO little light in the sky move. That's great, but I don't think you're going to get anything more than that for his contact thing. Sorry. Scrolling down. Reese is right. Have you seen real pictures of them? I'm not sure what I was talking about at that point. I'm behind on the questions. Oh, someone wants to join. Sorry, I'm not sure which what you're talking about. You know, Anunnaki. Obviously, we don't have cameras of Anunnaki, but I have seen carvings of them. So I don't know what I was talking about at that time. Sorry. Okay. Brand Camacho has asked to join. Fingers crossed, it's someone that actually. But something. Hi, Brand.
G'day, mate. Can you hear me? Can you?
Yes, I can. Yes, hi there.
Yep. Sorry, this is my first time live. Just making sure it works.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I've
Hey,
watched a lot of your YouTube videos and listened to your lives. But do you mind if I actually just directly address some points?
absolutely, no problem at all.
Yeah. See, the Anunnaki and Nephilim, whomever. How did they actually leave Earth?
You mean leave at the end, or leave periodically to go back to their home planet?
Or either or, yeah.
So they had what they called barges, which is actually written in their original text. The barges were the massive ships that carried at least 50 Anunnaki with them, and space for obviously the gold. These barges are the ones that had needed the massive infrastructure for them to land on the ground. So if you think of do you know the stone that's sticking out the ground from Baalbek in Lebanon?
Not so much, but I'm sure I'll see it on one of your videos. Yeah.
Oh, I think it's like 1,200 tons or something, and it's still
Uh-huh.
sticking out the ground. That was part of a building that was many miles away. So that was going to be taken, put on this as a platform for this skyport. They had different skyports.
So you're saying that they actually still did travel through space, kind of interstellar travel, in
Yes,
in a in a traditional sort of scientific science fiction kind of feature, flight with a ship.
yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I mean, is that confirmed? I've always had the theory that perhaps everything is to do with wormholes.
See, yeah, I hear what you're saying, because there's people out there that sort of say, well, you know, Iraq had wormholes or stargates, which is why the military went in there, etc. But literally, when you read the text, I've done videos on my Patreon page. Unfortunately, the long ones are on my Patreon page. Forgive me for that, but I've done ones where I've broke down the different types of craft that they actually have. So the barges were the big ones, and they had the Ninurta had a blackbird, which was
There's
his own.
no way that these craft were still used as sort of the means of transportation of people and minerals and whatever through a porthole,
There isn't.
Or a wormhole, sorry.
there is no. I mean, there's no reference of any kind of wormhole or time travel or Stargate or anything whatsoever. However, that's not to say there isn't. But the if you go by the Lost Book of Enki, which is what Sitchin wrote. Now, the problem I have with that is obviously Sitchin could read different languages and was from those kind of areas where he could go in there, Iraq, etc., go up to a museum, look at a tablet, read it, and walk away and not even have to touch it. I can't do that, so I kind of have to go with what he says, and I've married up a lot of what he says with text that's been translated by other people. But there's certain texts that he says, for example, the barge had wings when it entered our atmosphere, and the wings came out. I've not read that, but I have read about the barges. So he also says that they had to stop on Mars to refuel.
Okay. See, now you just hit on something that I was about to mention. I don't know if you remember in chat, I've mentioned this a couple times, but you've only said a little bit about it, and perhaps said maybe I should investigate a bit more. But I mentioned perhaps they were here mining a power source, or sorry, a mineral or a fuel of some sort. Maybe that's why sort of humans as sort of slaves or means to harvest this product. Maybe that's why they were here. I mentioned, like helium-3 or helium-4, something along those lines.
Well, they were definitely after gold. We've got gold mines proven.
Yeah, conductor. Yeah.
So they were after gold, and apparently, again, I've not read these particular texts, but from the Lost Book of Enki, Sitchin's translations, their planet's atmosphere was dwindling. So they came looking, long story, but they came in the end looking for certain type of gold to sprinkle in their atmosphere. Now, I've read a hell of a lot of translations of other texts that, and out there, and then some things I do slightly disagree with Sitchin on. But I've not come across anything. Lapis lazuli is probably the next biggest thing that they needed other than gold.
Yeah. So I see what what's mentioned now about sort of mining the moon for helium-3 and whatnot because of its value, and it's very scarce on Earth, and perhaps maybe it wasn't at one stage. You know what I mean? I heard recently someone say instead of just an asteroid that came and killed the dinosaurs, maybe it was actually some sort of landing ship or something. And I've always believed that pre whatever event that killed off the dinosaurs, the claim that everything was large, trees, people, well, not dinosaur kind of, not at the same time period, but there's always these claims of everything was large.
Yeah, because yeah.
Well, oxygen is the claim, but I'm wondering if there is perhaps a missing explanation that could have to do with some rare element that now has been taken from Earth and they've moved on because it's all gone. And this had to do with everything being giant, and of course the Nephilim being claimed to be giants. Have I got that right? I think I've.
Yeah, Nephilim were the sons of the Anunnaki and humans, but not all of them were Nephilim. Some were big, but not giants. So the ones that were giants are the ones that ended up being called Nephilim, which probably had gigantism.
So I'm wondering if there was, even if it's some sort of radiation or something that we only now are catching on to. That's why we want to mine the moon, for instance, that was around, that also perhaps could have been harnessed for, like things like wormholes and dimensional gates and all these type of, such things. They always require a very large power source. And I'm wondering if perhaps there was some fuel that's perhaps what they travel the galaxy for. They go to planets like they have Earth. They've mined it. They utilized genetic manipulation to create workers. They've mined it. They've moved on.
I wouldn't say that would have been the case for the Anunnakis. Literally, it was only 450,000 years ago. So if there was another race prior, millions of years ago, um, then I guess that's a possibility. I've got nothing to say there was, but it's a possibility. But I would, from everything I've ever read about the Anunnaki, I've never come across them wanting anything else other than the gold and to look good wearing lapis lazuli. That's pretty much it for them. I hear what you're
I'd say
saying, but
gold is still pretty prevalent. I feel like they perhaps might have had a more efficient way of mining or something like that. And I say that maybe gold, there was a lot more of it and they've got as much as they needed perhaps, but I feel like if there's something that's on the moon and it's rare here, I'd ask why. Well, we're so much bigger than the moon, and you know what I mean. Why isn't it here? Has someone already taken it? And what is the whole, besides gold, what would be their motive for just doing everything they do? It'd have to be to do with a power source. I mean, gold being a conduit, but I don't know if it's necessarily a power source. So perhaps there's a missing link. There's a missing sort of MacGuffin. If you're going to write a movie kind of thing, MacGuffin. Sorry.
the thing is with the helium free is I looked at the possibilities that the Anunnaki, although technically advanced, weren't technically advanced, e.g., anti-gravity craft, because their craft apparently used water to fly as opposed to rocket fuel. Now,
But that's the thing. What about if that was only a short-range craft? They only needed to use, water to fly. That means it's probably hydrogen-powered, right? So maybe that's what it was. They were just short-range, traveling through wormholes. They had a gate or somewhere, or they could perhaps even open it up. So,
I mean, I guess it's possible. I've never read anything about that. I mean, if I don't know how Sitchin added to the story, his book, because the description through Alula's journey was literally he described pretty much passing all the planets, which means he didn't go through any kind of wormhole. That's not to say that the other Anunnaki 1,000 years later or 10,000, 100,000 years later found the wormholes, because NASA says that there's wormholes in space between us and the sun, and they call them X points. So they actually admit that there is wormholes. So, but I've not read any of that.
I've been working on a theory that at the core of every planet, and actually any celestial body, there's a wormhole, and that I guess is an alternate explanation for gravity. You know what I mean? And whatever you call it, dark matter, massless particles, whatever is made up between things when there's nothing there, like oxygen, air, whatever. Perhaps that is flowing like a bucket filled with water and a hole in the bucket, and the way the water would flow out, the water's sort of steady and not disturbed, but then near the hole there's a pull, and perhaps that's what amassed well, rock and water on Earth, I guess, and whatever anything other planets or whatever are made up of. And wormholes, essentially, maybe there's other terms for them, are a common occurrence in the galaxy, a common means of travel, a means of energy. Like even a black hole. Black hole's not essentially a hole, is it? It's more of a infinite mass because of, I guess, whatever was attracted to that point in space is then, I guess, compacted and collapsed into, an infinite sort of. Well, I don't really know how to describe it, but you know what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Everything essentially is a wormhole of such, flowing perhaps who knows where. It could be flowing other side of the, in a circular pattern, other side of the galaxy, whatever, or it could be interdimensional or something. And essentially, each planet has the ability, you have the ability to tap into. Maybe that's what's in Antarctica. They hide there's a dimensional gate that goes to the core of the Earth. Who knows? Whatever. I'm not saying that for real. I'm just, putting it out there. But What I'm saying is, I believe wormholes have a bigger role in everything. If you can perhaps even open up a wormhole the size of a pea, perhaps that is like a UFO is claimed, or any sort of ship that is anti-gravity. Instead of being anti-gravity or magnetic field, it's essentially falling towards, you know what I mean, falling towards this point of gravity. And if you have a power source, which comes back to why I'm saying perhaps there's something that they're looking for that is great power, the energy, the radiation, the whatever powers all these things. So I'm wondering if they do fly just like a Star Trek between planets, or there is gates. And then when you said they've referenced passing these planets, it's because they cite them as essentially like when you're on a bus stop and it's or you're on a bus and it's an express bus that goes past all these stops. You still cite them, but you just don't stop at them. If that makes sense.
The only thing I would say to that is the Anunnaki, the younger Anunnaki, the ones in the Bible, the sons of God, were dubbed the Igigi, and I've read the translations of that. And the Igigi were the classed as the Watchers, and they were stationed on Lachmu, which was Mars. So they were there as an away station, and they would wait till Nibiru came back round close, so then they would take the gold from there to Nibiru. So I don't think the Anunnaki had the technologies to use wormholes. It's just my gut feeling from
But I
that.
mean,
But
what about if wormholes essentially, instead of being like an image like in what's the movie I'm talking about, Stargate, sorry. Instead of image, it's perhaps some sort of frequency, vibration, sound, whatever. It's a frequency, and once they figure out the frequency, even Planet X, sorry, what's that called again? Sorry,
Nibiru.
Nibiru. Yeah, perhaps that is on an orbit that they know how to essentially tap into when it's in close in orbit, but actually in a parallel dimension. You know what I mean? And they can open up the gates there.
I guess it's possible. I haven't read anything to say that, but I guess
Yeah.
it's
Well,
possible.
that was my thing. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's it's a theory that goes nowhere if there's no reference to it. So yeah, that's basically my question. Is there any reference to all this nonsense that I'm talking about right now?
No, but again, the truth of the matter is there's 2 million tablets, and they've only translated, probably 230 odd thousand of them. So, and that's also not to say that. I mean, they wrote about one of the Anunnaki women having teeth problems and stuff like that. There's a worm inside their gum, so they wrote about that, but they might not needed to write about absolutely everything, and they may not have needed to write. So there's the stories in Mesoamerica and Pumapunku and places like that where these stone doors are star gates, but they're star doors. And if you put a particular frequency, you can actually go through that as a wormhole. So if that's correct, who put those doors there? Was it the Anunnaki? I would probably say no, because the Anunnaki did literally stay Mesopotamia mainly.
When you say who put the doors there, see, let's say there is some mineral, something, some fuel that is very, its energy is and radiation, whatever, it's powerful. When you have it around in abundance, you learn to use it in simple ways. Maybe someone hit it with a rock and that opened up a frequency that just happened to have some sort of spatial distortion 2 meters away, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like maybe it was stumbled upon by one of these, and because it was an element that they've looked for, and they've realized this is powerful. We need this element.
Yeah, I mean that's why my train of thought was that the locals say that the gods come through it. Now, whether or not it's the gods, Anunnaki gods, or whether or not it's an alien race that they revere, like little greys, for example. Yeah, I mean, if these stargates were there, then they'd be coming to those locations for a particular reason. Whether it's to do with the ley lines to help the Stargates work, or whether or not there's materials, as you say, or people even. They might want to just nab humans.
Well, I mean, that's it. They could be, I've always had the theory that perhaps there is an intergalactic community. And of course, the old saying is that we're too young a species, we're too dumb, we're not ready to be exposed to it, whatever. But in the creation of humanity, DNA splicing, whatever, maybe it gets very, very dangerous to speak about races and whatnot. I'm sure you understand that.
Yeah.
But maybe if you track everyone back, there could be primary races that were, the splicing of individual alien types.
Yeah.
I think I've said that to you before and you confirmed that, but I mean, you agree. But is anything written like that at all?
Did you watch my who Jesus' dad was today?
I just saw that earlier. I was online playing games with friends, but yeah.
Because I bring in the elongated skulls, and of course the areas that the elongated skulls are, majority-wise compared to Egypt, are the places that have those Stargate doors, and
Yeah.
they don't seem to be of this Earth, but they also don't seem to be Anunnaki. So
Yeah.
just
Okay. Yeah.
what you were just saying there.
Yeah. I mean, which is it's a sort of a touchy subject to talk about such things, but yeah, it's I'm always trying to look for a link between everything, how it makes sense, how it's laid out, not so much linear, but like a movie does. Here's the explanation of this universe. Here's how this happened. Here's who did what and how they were doing it and why they were doing it. And that's basically what I've been trying to look for. I watch your videos, and you remind me of my guitar teacher who used to not show me how to play a quick riff that I could look real cool with. He wants to show me how to write music. You know what I mean? So I'm watching your videos and I'm thinking, is there any sort of sum up? Can we wrap it up like a Star Wars movie and say this is that and this is
Sorry, I do that because I have in the past when I just sort of sum things up. People say, "Well, show me the evidence," and now I kind of lay it all out, and it's
Yeah,
long. Sorry.
yeah, yeah. No. I'm speaking from a very layman's terms, like make a movie that's as easy to understand as Star Wars. You know what I mean? But I mean, I suppose lots of fictions are sort of they're there and they're successful because they make sense in that way, and that's why I'm saying, is there, besides gold, like you've said, you've already cited, is there another thing that fits in somewhere? It was valuable because of this. It done this extraordinary things. Because now, I mean, I keep going back to helium-3, but I'm not necessarily saying that's exactly it. There could be some other element. But for example, how we've discovered the sort of mining that is important. Apparently, we can make it here, but whatever, I don't know. So
Well, apparently we have, or I don't know how much is left, but we had helium-3 on the crust of the planet, but not as much as what's on the moon. So
yeah. I mean, I guess I don't believe the explanation of why everything was large being just an abundance of oxygen. I don't necessarily believe that's the truth. So maybe there's
no,
something
I've
else.
never. Yeah, I've never gone with. Although obviously oxygen levels were probably different back then, but there were small
Mm.
animals. Well, it's not. So when everyone goes, "Oh, there was giant animals," there were giant animals, but there was also tiny animals, mammals, and things.
Yeah, but I mean, there was also giant ferns. There were things that, things just like trees and ferns and flora. I forget which one's which. Why would that be enlarged in a high oxygen rich environment when oxygen is not what they breathe?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, I've always just thought maybe there's something else, and
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean.
go by
There's two
the main.
things. There's the minerals not here, but also the Anunnaki aren't here either. So
Oh, right, I see. Yeah, um, yeah. I've never read anything, but again, Sitchin, there's literally 2 million tablets that's out there at least,
yeah,
and not all have been translated, or shall we say, not all of them's been translated that people like myself can read. That they're probably translated and we kept them hidden. But
Yeah,
you know, if we believe in Sitchin, where he could read them and could physically go to these places, Iraq, Israel Museum, etc., Nineveh Library, which apparently he's been to, you know, he could literally just sit there and read them and then collate his own story and make that book. So I kind of have to go with what he says, and he didn't mention anything else other than.
Yeah. I mean, is it a possibility that this mineral also was stripped from the records, even these tablets? You know what I mean? If it's something of value, then, you know, talking about, like you said, someone's teeth or some day-to-day events, or sort of the hierarchy of the royal family kind of sort of situation. But then when it comes down to talking about the valuable thing that makes them travel between universes, then they're going to perhaps be a little hesitant to just speak openly about it. I don't know. Maybe
I 100% agree with you on that. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you think that the Bible is a copy of the older texts, and the Bible's been changed so many times, taken things out. In fact, you know, Enoch, and they've even took out the plural gods. So when people start translating the older texts, if there was anything valuable, they probably would have tried to. I would have thought tried to shush it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously the Anunnaki had the technology to build, you know, the pyramid and the massive temples and all these things that we really can't do today. Some of these temples are literally carved out of the rock.
Yeah.
There's no way to be able to do that in this day with the with the precision that they had.
Yeah.
So they had technologies, and whether that was written about in their tablets that we haven't seen, then yeah, more that is possible. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if it addresses at all the point at which they decided to leave. I guess was an direct, intentional plan to leave the workers or the people that they've created. Was it directly in intent to leave them to their own, not just say their own devices, but a clean slate to take as much as possible so that they can develop on their own individually?
So from the text I've read and from Sitchin's work, after the flood, they realised there was a few still people alive, including Zuzudra, which was Noah. And then they talked about this character called Galzu, who they believed was the emissary of the creator of everything. And then they said, oh, Galzu wants us to, or the creator of everything wants us to give the earth back to the people, let them inherit the earth. So we will teach them, and that's exactly what they've done. They also had found gold in, and I did a video on my Patreon page about the Nazca lines where they found the extra gold, which they needed after the flood because their gold mines got flooded, which we've got the evidence of. So they then taught. They broke the locations up into 4 different territories, Sumer being the first, which is why we have the first money there, the first laws, the marriage, everything literally comes from there. So the plan was that if Anunnaki, because some of them married humans, you see, that's why they, and they had kids and families with them. So they were allowed to either go back to their own planet at this point, so this was after the flood, or stay and help teach the humans what's needed to be taught, and then stay on Earth. So some did go back to their home planet according to Sitchin, and some stayed knowing that they'll end up dying here on Earth. And their time speed was a lot quicker here on Earth than their own. It affected them a lot quicker. So I've read the tablets where they have these headaches.
Their form, their physical form. Because I saw you mention. Sorry, I sound like I haven't paid attention to anything you said, but you mentioned. There was a part of the brain, you say, that sort of is the physical antenna, whatever, for souls or whatever. One of these beings apparently inhabits bodies that way. Is that what you were
So there's a
talking
difference.
about?
but not. So this is what. So that was the Anunnaki. Now the light energy being the orbs that you may see floating around. They're eternal, even they're proper eternal according to the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and to clairvoyance, mediums, and spiritualists. So these are alive but energy, and their natural state is a round orb. They join with our pineal gland, and when you look at what our pineal gland consists of, it basically is a transmitter and a receiver. So, and then even the Quran talks about the spirit joins with us 3 to 4 months in the mother's womb. And then when you look at the studies that's done by the Virginia University, where people have near-death experiences, where the spirit leaves their body and then comes back because it's not their time to die, or
The reason I was asking this is because are the Anunnaki in their native form, or are physical bodies to them vehicles, and they adapt to whatever life form to inhabit the particular planet? They need an oxygen breather, for instance, on Earth, so they had to genetically manipulate themselves to suit this. But of course, their native form, they're linked to their physical form. Like I said, it might just be a vehicle. That's why I was thinking there was a link between what you were talking about. But if you're saying on something else,
I think these are two totally different things, because you go down to after the flood, and you see that the Anunnaki started finding out about the afterlife, with the Book of the Dead from the Egyptians, etc. And then they try whatever it is that they can, including Thoth, to be able to talk to the underworld, or dead people, spirits, orbs, whatever you want to call them. So you can see that them two were totally different species, because they wanted to be able to talk to the afterlife and not be the afterlife, but in a different form.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering, someone who has such ability to manipulate the life forms, I thought maybe there was something further to do with that. So, I mean, is that right though? Is that what the Anunnaki have sort of written to be like? They do sort of not just make workers for themselves, and they're different. They're all below them. Like we're all below them, and like you said, one married. So perhaps its form was similar to just humans or whatever they were making at the time, or
So their form. I mean, if you just type in Sumerian god, you'll see all hundreds of carvings. There's so many, thousands of carvings and statues of them. There's many full size. Well, I say full size for them. Carvings in many of the museums. You've got Enki. You can tell which one's Enki. Enki's got the turban on, so you'll always know which one's Enki compared to Enlil. But literally, they had a white beard. This is my. It's possible some of them may have red hair, but generally, Enlil and Enki, certainly white beard, white hair, blue eyes, pale skin, which is where you get the Michelangelo God from, and everyone else thought God looked exactly the same as that. But they looked like us, but they were 8 to 12 foot tall. We've got the carvings of them holding little people or standing beside little people, and they called us little people. So that and in fact, even as it in the Bible, they created us in their image. Genesis 1:26. You look like them.
Yeah. No, I just wondered about perhaps their origin planet, what it's like, and of course, biologically things develop, evolve to suit environments, essentially. So that would mean that their planet is similar to us in the way that their biology, besides the size, which again I still think there's a link between some radiation or something that causes the size difference that it was involved in their development and why it's lacking in us.
Well, their planet's on a different orbit to ours. Ours spins at 1,000 miles an hour. I don't know how long theirs spins for, but their year is approximately 3,600 of our years, and they're further away from the sun. So you can sort of say, okay, well, their skin color would make sense that they're not black because they're further away from the sun, and that's why they genetically modified the hominids. The first humans, or Homo sapiens, were black because they genetically modified hominid species that would have probably been darker skinned in Africa.
But then things like eyes and whatnot, would eyes develop the same? They wouldn't have developed the same to suit the same conditions, or suit, being so far away from the sun. So that's what I'm thinking. Is there actually a pre-form of these beings, and then they themselves had to engineer bodies to be in to live on Earth? So
I hear what you're saying. Obviously, there's, for example, horses and octopuses and sheep and that have got slit eyes. So it's possible the Anunnakis had slit eyes. There's no when I see the carvings of them, they don't actually show the pupils. They just show sort of the eye shape. So I guess their eyes could be slightly different to us. But if you go by Sitchin's translations, the only thing that separated them was the foreskin on humans or Homo sapiens. They didn't have a foreskin. And the fact that they were taller.
Yeah. So they were like me then. Anyway. So yeah, that like I just wondered if there's, like you said, there's thousands of. Is there a majority of text unread than read, or?
Well, yeah, that's the question. Now there's computers now, AI can actually read Sumerian text. So where, for example, Ivan Finkel, the curator of the British Museum a few years ago, was asking people, "Hey, come learn Sumerian because we've got thousands of texts that still need to be translated, if not millions." The actual library themselves had thousands that they probably haven't translated. They don't need people now. They've got AI that can do it. They can also do Akkadian and Assyrian with computer AI. So the thing is, though, they're probably going to put keywords in there, and if anything flashes up that shows spaceships, or obviously they didn't use the word spaceship back then, but do you know what I mean? They'll probably put in the word chariots, and they'll probably put in the word barges, and they'll probably put in the word blackbird, and they'll probably put in the word whirlwind, because that was another craft. So they'll probably put those in and then redact them if we did ever get to see the remaining.
So were these tablets written the way they claim the Quran was writen, by someone later that was sort of reciting information told to them, or how did these come about?
That's a good question. Go to the top of the class for that one. So there's a couple of ways that they were written. So first off, the older text, which Genesis would have been copying, so the oldest text would have been talking about what happened before the flood, which would have been Alula, etc. But those were written after the flood. So although the texts are talking about stuff before, it wasn't till when the Anunnaki decided to teach us is when they started to say, hang on a minute, we should write this down. So that started. But as the writings became written down and things started happening, and they started teaching us and they started having their own wars, that's when they caught up and started writing about stuff there and then. So it wasn't past tense, it was actually present tense. So there is some older stuff that's not as old as when it was actually happening, because even the Greeks, not a lot of people know that the Greeks are actually talking about the stories from Sumeria. I've done videos where I show literally they're talking about the flood, and they're talking about the splitting up the lands into 4 territories and stuff like that. So the Greek stories are actually the Sumerian stories, not all of them, but the main ones are. And again, they're not talking about it happening there and then in Greece. They're talking about something that happened, 10,000 years before or 100,000 years before, depending on what they're writing about. So the closest we can get to it is the Sumerian tablets of what actually happened. So ideally Sumerian first, then Babylonian, then Akkadian, and then Aramaic, and then that's pretty much it. Once you start getting to Hebrew, it changed.
The likelihood of anything of value, kind of thing, anything of significance, I guess, plans on how to build my sort of theory, case a wormhole with all the frequencies, with all the exact instructions. I guess that's not going to be in there. There could be large portions left out because they wanted to just give a sort of harmless account of history without fully influencing mankind if they left us to our own devices, kind of thing. So there could be massive hows and whys left out intentionally.
Absolutely, yeah, because they when the sons of God came down and took the daughters of man, that was the Igigi, the Anunnaki sons, they started to teach their offspring, because they literally grabbed whatever woman they wanted as a wife, but they started teaching the offspring about space and stuff, and that's when the Anunnaki went mental at them. They went
Yeah.
they were angry at them when they took human women, but when those women had kids and the Anunnaki or the Ajiji were starting to teach them about technical things that they shouldn't be allowed to know, that's when they drew the line on that, and that's when they had a massive war with them. So yeah, so they really didn't want us to learn the technologies, which is why we don't have anything written down for how the pyramids were
Yeah,
built.
yeah. Well, I guess, I mean, we're primitive now, so imagine handing us a sort of, you know, a gun and a means to come and, shoot you. So that sort of logically, that's not going to happen. So yeah, I mean, are you yourself content with the fact that, like, this just may never be proven? I mean, not proven, but just sort of fully explained to the point where it is uh, sort of known as fact, kind of thing. No, that's what I'm saying. Just everything explained, like massive scientific discoveries that we can actually just look at, read from a like instruction booklet kind of thing, and know this, this is significant. It can prove actually, because any faith is sort of based on just people believing something that can't be true, can't be proven. But yeah, you yourself sort of resided to the fact that this is sort of could just maintain its status forever,
Yeah, I
just
think
us.
this is as good as we're going to get in terms of information, simply because when you look at who owns the British Museum, who owns the Iraq Museum now, and who owns the
Yeah,
Israel Museum, etc., it's
yeah,
the Rockefellers. And when you realise that they really don't want us to know, and they're the ones that give you in America I don't know where you're from, sorry, but they give the American curriculum apparently, then you
I'm
realise that.
Australian.
Sorry.
I'm Australian.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, my bad. But yeah,
Oh, good.
so the Rockefellers basically control everything. So I think we're not going to see
Yeah,
anything.
absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there could be some of the most juiciest, information ever, and it's just, we the people are never going to get to see anything really. They know that. I mean, but we should realise that about ourselves, that we're not fit for it, really, are we? So, I mean, that's always been said. That's always been just sort of the cliche thing to sort of,
We're not.
band-aid everything with you. So yeah, no. Well, anyway, I appreciate going over the points with you. I've been since I found out about you, I've wanted to talk about such things, but I guess all I can do now is just go off and do some more research on sort of the quantum mechanics of some of my claims and see if they fit in too. So
Absolutely,
yeah,
no worries. If you've got any things that you want to show me or anything, feel free.
yeah, awesome. All right, well, I suppose I'll speak to you again sometime. But yeah, have a good show
No,
anyway.
talk to me. Thank you.
No worries, mate.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. I have no idea how to end the person. Brilliant. Okay, so yeah, he was a nice guy. Someone's wrote the guy's good. Yeah, he was lovely. Okay, so there's another person waiting to come on. So I'll accept that person. Sorry about the delay. So this is what I'm doing all night tonight, or all morning, or whatever the time is. I've lost track.
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah, hi. How you doing?
Good. Thank you for your space here. Very enlightening for a lot of enlightened people.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to hear. Thank you. Why I do it really? I mean, I did it for myself for 40 years, but now there's people out there that actually want to hear it. It's lovely.
Yeah, yeah, and so I bring information about what people call orbs. You ever heard of orbs?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I seem to have made contact with them, and then I am able to draw them to me and they're able to shift with me into different things. So I've been taking pictures for over 10 years with many different cameras posing with these balls of light.
Wow, I've heard that before, and I've seen other people's photographs with orbs. They do the same thing. They sort of literally call for the orbs to come, and then they'll take a picture. Oh, that's amazing, brilliant. I'm looking at some of your pictures now.
Yeah,
Wow,
and the highlight of all my research was one day a orb appeared above my head with a word in it.
that's new. I've not heard that one. Okay, yeah, do tell.
Yeah, I'm gonna show it to you right now, and
Wow.
you tell me if you can see what word this is, okay? I'm gonna show it in 3, 2, 1. See right here.
Uh,
I believe it says love.
oh, I see it now. Yeah, it's one of those ones where once you point it out, you can't unsee it. Oh, that's
Yeah,
amazing. Yeah.
yeah, they were real. When I found out they were real, mate, I went nuts. I couldn't believe it, and I took pictures every day for many years with as many different cameras as I can. And some people think they're dust. You know what I mean? And I say, well, I said I took a picture of an orb and it appeared in my eye, but I didn't have dust in my eye. Is what I say. Like this picture right here.
Wow. Wow.
And so my journey started in when I was 20 years old. I started having out of body experiences, and through learning how to have out of body experiences, I was able to make contact with extraterrestrials of loving nature. So about 15 years of having all these out of body experiences and doing different work on the astral plane. By coincidence, I discovered these balls of light. And when I discovered them, I fell in love with them, and I believe they fell in love with me. And I asked them to show us that you're real. And they've been turning into different things for the past few years. Here's a couple of the things that they've been turning into.
Wow. Wow. I mean, I have heard of people that had either out of body or near death experiences, seeing orbs after they've come back. So it sounds like you've managed to not only have out of body experiences, but do that as well. Someone's asked, what's your blood type?
I think AB positive. I'm not certain. I think it's AB positive, though.
Okay, that's brilliant. And are you, forgive me for asking this, but are you a loving person? Or do you feel yourself as sort of an angry person?
Yeah, I'm a loving person, and I've realized from taking pictures that the orbs are attracted to that love frequency.
That's why
Like
I
they,
asked whether
it's,
you was, yeah.
yes, yeah, they're attracted to it. And if I were in like an angry mood and try to take pictures, I would get nothing. But then once I create a sacred space and ask them to come in the name of love, they actually come, and I'd be able to call them one time down from the sky. I took a picture of myself and there was nothing. But then I took a picture of the sky and there was thousands of them.
Oh,
So I
wow.
said, I wonder if I could call them down. So I created a sacred space, a circle of light around me, and sent my attention to the orbs. This was the first picture. I took 3 pictures, and the third picture, they all started coming down. And this is the third picture when they all came down and basically said hi.
Wow. And you can't see them with your naked eye, or can you see some or none?
Yeah, what I've discovered is that for me, sometimes I'll see like a spark of light in the corner of my eyes, or sometimes when in the corner of your vision or field of vision, like a little spark. And I just happened to have a camera in my hand ready to take a picture. And I took a picture right when I saw that spark, and it was an orb. So I believe you see them once in a while, but not a whole lot with your physical eyes. But they do show up as little sparks every now and then.
Just from other people's point of view, are you using, for example, a phone to take these pictures? Because I know back in the day people used to take Polaroids, but to get the orbs. So I'm just wondering whether digital cameras, like a phone, will.
Yeah, I use digital cameras. I use digital cameras, but I do use my phone for videos. So I've been able to capture them, and I could show with my other phone. I think it's dead right now, but I could show video, a really good video of where I was playing with them, and a beautiful bright one came right between my hands where I focus in the video, and it came out.
Wow. Wow, you. Thank you, Jenny, for that. I'm guessing that's really for the guest. That's amazing. So, do you feel blessed?
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, all the time, all the time. I feel connected, because I've had my own experiences with, with extraterrestrials, which let me know that I'm vibrating at the right frequency of love to make contact with other beings in the universe who also vibrate with that same love.
5-star bullies has wrote. I had a group of them
And
silver color. Have you seen any different colors?
oh yes, yes, yes. This picture right here that I'm about to show was a portal. I use ley lines, and I found a sacred space around that area where I was living, and I took this picture and asked them to show themselves, and they were all these different colors.
Wow. Wow, so that's not snow. Snow would be white. So yeah, that's definitely not snow. And
Yeah,
Jen,
I've used about yeah. So someone asked, have I tried using a professional camera? Yes, I have. I have used a professional camera before, and what I believe is that in the late '90s there was I was wondering, why did orbs appear and why we haven't seen them before. So I think I was just thinking about questions to put in Google. One of the questions I said was, what changed in cameras in the late '90s? Because I think that's when people started seeing them, and there was an answer. It said that in the late '90s, some man invented a lens that was able to reflect all the light in the picture and put it into the pixels. It's called the CMOS lens. And I
CMOS, yeah.
believe it's because, and then all cameras, digital cameras, adapted that technology. So I believe it's because of that lens is why we're able to see these anomalies.
Well, I have actually seen pictures from Polaroids and from 35 mil film way back. Even slate films when they used to have them projected on. The camera had what they call a slate. So I have seen orbs back then, but so I think the digital technology has now allowed us to actually capture them again. Obviously, night vision. Have you tried night vision cameras? Because you probably see a lot more than you do now.
Yeah, I get that all the time. Yeah, that I should use night vision, but I see other people with their night vision getting all kinds of amazing things.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
This orb right here is sitting inside a bike basket, and I believe it's half inside and half outside.
Wow, I can see that. That's amazing.
And that's and so what I've come to determine in my own studies is that I believe that they could possibly be anything non-physical, which mean like your dog could be sleeping on the couch and you're outside in the backyard taking pictures, and an orb appear and you zoom in and crop the orb circle and you see the dog. So so that happened to me with this picture right here. My friend's dog was sleeping. I looked inside this orb and saw a dog that looked like his dog, and his dog was actually sleeping, and I think his dog was out of the body inside the bike basket.
Interesting. Now, I have heard people and seen pictures of orbs with faces.
Right.
So what you've just said there with the dog isn't so far-fetched if people can, if there's a face that can be seen inside an orb as
So
well.
so here is my most beautiful face that I always show. Look at this face. See the white of the eyes? The white
Yeah.
of the eyes are right here is one eye. The other eye is right there. And there's a nose right here and an open mouth right here.
Right.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
And so I've got many faces, many faces. Once I started seeing faces, I was like, wow, this is unreal. And I would zoom in, I would crop the orb circle, and faces, every now and then you see a perfect face.
Do you have your own channel by any chance?
No, but I do different. I do work with other people, and I have presentations and Zooms, and with different paranormal people and the spiritual people. So I have done a lot of work, but I don't have my own channel yet. So this material is just waiting to be, I'm a father, and it's just hard to get it all together. But yeah, if you can imagine what we could do with these pictures and share
Yeah,
them, you know.
I'm I'm sure a lot of these people listening now would love to sort of follow you, and especially if you had your own channel.
Yeah, and so the first time I communicated with them, I asked if you're real to show me a sign. And you see the orb over the altar in this picture?
Right above it.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
see
yeah.
that picture? I started taking pictures and they started posing over that same spot, even with different cameras, to show us that they were sentient beings. Like
Uh,
this is the same room, but with a different camera. And I call these pictures confirmation that they were absolutely real and absolutely trying to show themselves. You can't see it because it's cut off there, but I have about 20 to 30 pictures where they pose over that same spot, showing that they are with us, that they are
wow,
with us.
wow. I
And
probably
so,
wouldn't want to be you. I probably wouldn't want to keep having bloody things in my photos. Get away! Take a picture of a kid and you keep getting in the way. So, but do they do that? Do they get in your way sometimes when you're actually maybe taking pictures of your kid?
yeah, but I don't mind it.
You don't mind. That's bright. That's a bright one. I mean that. If that's dust, you would need to. I mean, look at the stuff coming off of it, but you would need something shining on that in order for it to reflect back into the camera. So that looks like it's self-illuminating.
Yeah, and look at this one. This one right here was a really bright one that I took one day. Look how bright this one is that I'm about to show.
It's definitely not the moon, is it? Because that is really
No,
bright.
nope, it's not the moon.
That is. I mean, literally, you can see the rays coming off of the. Wow, that is really bright.
Yeah, and I've got a couple of those in my life, in this span. But when you zoom in on that, it gets brighter and brighter. It's actually quite amazing.
Next question, then. Have you seen any UFOs? I'm just wondering.
Yes,
Right, I thought.
yes. Just like you were talking earlier about Stephen Greer, I actually did his protocols where I had my laser pointer, I had the walkie-talkies, I had the CE5 app, and I was doing his meditation and doing what he says to do to call them. And I did it solidly for 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, I had my first experience, and one actually appeared. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. And it communicated to me in the sky and was moving around the sky, flashing a light at different intervals. And the light would go from light to medium to bright. And when I
Wow,
would say thank you to it, it would do a long, bright light to say thank you back.
wow,
Yeah,
wow.
and that's recorded too. I
Oh,
have that
brilliant.
recorded.
You got to have your own channel, man. Oh, I'm sure all of these people here would love to go on and follow you. I would.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg. My out of body experiences are a whole different story. The things I've done out of the body are amazing. I've been able to merge with UFOs and out of the body experiences, and they turned into like chariots. And then I've been able to fly across the sky with a UFO that turned into a chariot, or they'll turn into an artifact, and I feel infused with this powerful love.
Wow, you got to sort yourself out with a channel. We all want to follow you.
Okay.
Amanda wrote, "You're a beautiful soul." I'm guessing that's you and not me.
Well, we're all one, so yeah, she's talking about you.
Oh, no.
So
Someone's asked, do you meditate and eat clean?
I do.
Was you doing that before you come across the orbs, or was you doing that after you come across the orbs?
I was doing that before the orbs.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Cool, that's amazing. Hi, Thoffers wrote,
Thank
hi.
you, Jenny. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you so much, love.
Yeah,
So
Jenny
yeah,
wrote you were a high vibration. Enki Ia has wrote, has he ever been hypnotized? Have you ever been hypnotized?
no.
Okay. I'm just reading questions out that people are asking you. This is why you should have your own channel. You'd be busy all day long, but
Yeah, you're quite right. Quite right about that.
Jude asked the question. I mean, this is why you should have your own channel. Jude has asked this question, which you'd probably do on your own channel. Can you demonstrate this effect right now?
Yeah, I mean, I could. Yeah, I could if I wanted to. Yeah, I could. I'm gonna show you the video before I leave. I'll show you a video I made when I was. I didn't see anything in this video, but I was playing with them, imagining if they were there, and they were there when I finally looked at the video. It was amazing.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Just while you're sorting that out, Tom's has wrote, many came out of my dog when she passed 3 years ago. Someone's asked, I'll let you answer this, obviously. Coach has asked, in other words, what do you think they are?
What do I think now?
What do you think they are?
Well, I think they're anything non-physical, which could mean extraterrestrials who can leave their body and come down and say hi. It could be interdimensional beings coming from the earth. It could be guides. It could be anything you could think of that's non-physical.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Absolutely. Enki Ia has wrote, say this phrase out loud. I turn my DNA on and on and on. Not sure what that's referring to. I guess your video's on another phone that you was going to show us. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm gonna show it as soon as it charges up.
Kerry wrote, do these orbs actually communicate with you? I know you said they're sentient, but have they given you any, other than the word love, is there anything else, I guess, that you
Yes.
feel they've given you information on?
Yes. They've communicated to me that they are connected to crop circles, connected to the beings that create crop circles.
Right, so that would be exactly what I've been saying. Okay, that's good to hear.
And the reason why I say that is because I had a kind of experience where one day I took a picture with a friend's camera of myself showing him the orbs, and they appeared in a certain pattern. It looked like a cross, 3 on top and one big one on the bottom. And the next morning I woke up and I walked outside, and that same symbol was outside of my door, represented by anthills, the 3 on top forming a pyramid with a big ball of light on the bottom. So I started wondering, are they connected to crop circles? And then I realized that what I've been doing to look into these orbs was actually cropping orb circles, cropped
Right.
circles,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Interesting.
And then I had an experience, which I was taken out of my body, and the beings communicated to me telepathically, and told me that we are the ones who are responsible for crop circles, and then they did something to me. The only way I can explain it is like it felt like they were tattooing my brain. And when I woke up the next morning and looked into the cropped orb circles, I couldn't see the faces like I had normally seen them before. Now, this was after an awakening I had by zooming in on these orbs and having this consciousness explosion where I felt connected to the universe and I felt no fear. And so after that, I was started cropping orb circles on a daily basis to try to feel like I get my eyes back. And so it was so what was happening is I'd have to show people the orbs, the cropped orb, and then they would show me what they would see, and they would help me get my eyes back. I know it sounds funny, but that was the only way that I could see what I had previously was able to see very easily again. So
Wow.
this video right here, this is the first time I actually tried this, and this is the video right here. Now, every time I discover something new, it always opens up more questions with these guys, and I'm still discovering like what what's going on a little bit, but I have a pretty good grasp on it.
People will probably ask, did you have a fan on, just in case they're thinking that?
No, not in this video, no. And so what you're gonna see here is watch when my hands come together and watch what comes out from underneath my hands.
Oh yeah. Wow. That's pretty impressive, that is.
And see my head right there? Look at my head.
And you couldn't see these at this point?
No.
That's pretty impressive, that is. You've got to have your own channel.
Get out of here and get your own channel, though.
No, I mean, I'm fascinated. I think it's amazing, and I know everyone here is fascinated by it. You'll end up being on Coast to Coast talking about these kind of things. I've heard many on there doing these. This is great stuff. Well
This is
documented as well. You've done a good job keeping a record of why you took that picture and what it represented at the time.
So this is what it looks like when you look inside of them. And you see all the eyes and faces.
So I guess the next question that you really need to have is you should get an ultra slow motion camera if you can. Even phones, but I mean like professional slow motion camera, and then catch these orbs moving around. Then you'd be able to really scrutinize it.
Right.
Because the orbs that created the Oliver Castle crop circle, the two orbs that were filmed, Linda Moulton Howe and a couple of other people have watched the original tapes and can actually see a spark literally just before they start making the crop go down. They see a spark actually happen in the orbs. In other words, the two orbs probably communicate with each other. So that's why I say if you had a high speed camera, it would be really cool to be able to see what's moving inside, if anything.
Right.
Well, they're amazing pictures. I mean, I've been doing filming for a very long time, since I was 13, on all sorts of cameras. And I have got a couple of pictures of orbs, but nowhere near as what you've got.
Yeah, and like I said, once I found out they were real, it was over. I was like, okay, let's go. Everyone line up. Let's take some pictures every day. Taking pictures every day. And they would turn into these beautiful things. Like that right there. Or this right here. A lot of golden light beings the ball of light would go to. So what I would do is, like, let's say in this file right here, this is two different camera files right here. This is a Canon PowerShot, and so these are two different cameras right here with different pictures. And you can get an example of what I do. This is what I do to see the movement. How I track the movement of them is I'll take one picture and then go between them like this. So you can see the way this one moved over here.
Okay, that's good.
You
Because
know?
right, when you're using a flash on your camera, you will capture, bugs and all sorts of other things, insects, etc., which could look like orbs. So that's why if you had a slow motion camera,
Right.
then you could rule out whether they're bugs or not. Obviously, I believe in orbs and everything, and some of the ones you've got, they're all pretty much circles, so you don't normally get bugs that amount all being a circle.
Right. That's correct.
That's a good one.
You like that one?
Yeah, that's a really good one.
I like the ones when I'm in the house and they appear, because like they really look amazing when they're in the house. Like this one right here. Like it's just fascinating to think that this is actually real. It's really amazing. And like I said, it's all connected to consciousness. And as long as your consciousness is in love and truth and you ask them to show, they show every single time.
There was a video I saw a long time ago, but it was a security camera outside and inside a church. And the security camera caught an orb going towards the wall of the church. And it went through the wall and actually carried on the other side with the internal camera capturing it. So, that is not a bug. That wasn't a reflection of light. It was actually something. Sure.
You there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So this face right here, I see the eye right here and an eye right here and a little pointy nose right here and an open mouth right here.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yeah, that's
And so
interesting.
that was with a friend's camera too. Like it's not the same camera. All these pictures are many different cameras. And every camera, like when I first started it, I would experiment with every camera I could find. I would call up friends and tell them to bring their. So one thing I discovered too, right, is when you crop an orb circle, you zoom in on it, download the picture, and let's say you get it developed, and I'm holding it right here. I'm holding a cropped orb. And what I found out is when you hold one of these pictures and then take a digital picture of yourself holding the cropped orb, look what appears right next to it.
Another orb.
Yes, looking at itself. And so I was giving workshops for a while and showing people, demonstrating that they could take orbs of pictures of themselves and hold these cropped orbs. And we took a picture together on a different camera, and these are people holding orbs, cropped orbs, and the orbs appearing right next to them.
Hmm. Wow, it's clever. That's a good little way of testing something. That's good. That's clever. That is. Well done. Wow.
You can see the energy of it manifesting a little bit right here too.
Well, tell me what your channel's going to be called.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. And
Brilliant.
this is my confirmation now. Remember, I showed you how they pose over the altar in my apartment.
Yeah.
So now I've moved since then, and I asked them to show me that they're still with me. And this is what they do. They appear perfectly balanced now on straight lines.
Okay, that's interesting.
As above, so below. Look.
That's cool.
So I don't want to take too much time away from your viewers. I appreciate you,
No, thank you
having
very
me.
much for showing us.
Yeah, thank you for the gifts, everyone. Shoot me a follow. In love and truth and beauty, I call these lovely lights, and everyone has this ability. Look at your pictures, guys. They're in there. They're everywhere.
I've just clicked follow, so I'm sure other people will as well.
Good.
Well, nice guy, lovely. Well done.
And I do talk a lot about the sons of God and Anunnaki, and about how there was a specific race of Anunnaki that were the greatest ones. Like they had power over the elements, and nature worked for them. And so there's a beautiful tale about how the Earth was Pangea at that time, where all the continents were together, and these beings could control the weather. They had power over the law of spirit and matter, so they could take a rock and make it weigh. And they could reverse the weight of a rock and make it weigh light as a feather, or make a 5-ton rock weigh as light as a feather. So there's a beautiful story about these beings. At that time, I believe there was many different races, but this specific race were deemed the title sons of God. And these beings were had control of the elements, and nature worked for them. They didn't, but at the same time, other Anunnaki were on the planet too, and they had to they weren't as evolved as these beings, so they had to kind of work and slave for the everything, but they didn't have the knowledge as this one group did. So I believe we're all descendants from these different races of beings, and and these sons of God also use bred with us, so that one day their genetic line will come up in a human, and I think that human was that being that they call Christ, while he also said he was a son of God, which was very interesting.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, that's brilliant. I was just looking at some of the questions that people are asking.
Um,
You've
so
got
yeah,
loads, haven't you?
that book that I'm talking about is called Initiation, from Elizabeth Heitch, and she goes through a past life regression in ancient Egypt, and she was connected to this specific group of race of Anunnaki that were deemed the sons of God.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, so yeah, that's about it for now. Besides, I'll let someone else come on up and share your awesome energy.
No, I think you've got the energy today. It's brilliant. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's pretty brilliant, man. When I found out this was real, like I said, life became even more of an adventure of just taking pictures and videos with these guys and figuring what it's all about.
Wow, yeah, you've got loads. You've really got to have your own channel. Yeah, it's amazing. And like I say, I've been filming all sorts of stuff for so many years. But you've already caught more orb than I've ever caught in my life filming, and I've been filming probably more times than you've had hot dinners. So yeah, wow, amazing.
Yeah, I can go on and on and on. Now
Uh,
I've taken pictures like this is snow, right? I've taken pictures with snow, but it seems like the orbs can show themselves even more with snow. But I also believe in what Dr. Masaru Emoto says about how we can activate the crystalline structure of water. And so basically, I was just thinking, well, it's snowing anyway. I'm taking pictures for orbs. So let me send my awareness into the snow and bring positive energy out the snow. And when you zoom in on some of the snow, I don't know if it actually changes the structure of the snow just being in a higher frequency, but the orbs come out even brighter sometimes using snow.
oh, that's good. See, this is all the information people want to hear. In fact, Coates has asked, he won't say what channel, question mark. I'm sure when he gets the channel up and running, he will let us know. Robert wrote, are they sentient? Yes, the guest has said he 100% believes that they are sentient. Someone's wrote, Widowmakers wrote, be careful, I have had these entities do similar things. They're demons. What would you say
Yeah. What do I say to that?
that this person's saying, be careful, they might be demons?
I say that I say demons would probably leave me alone because I vibrate so high with love and I've had so many loving experiences that they can't come into my circle. And you know what I mean? That's what I would say.
That's
And
a
I would
fair
say,
comment, yeah.
and I don't really believe in demons. The only demons I know are humans. If they come the closest to demons anyway, certain humans like narcissists and all that stuff. But when it comes to the world, the universe, out from my own experiences, when you vibrate to love and truth and beauty, the universe will reflect it back at you, and often amplify those feelings of love. So,
Alfredo wrote, are they family members that have passed? But the amount that he's got, I don't think, I'd hate to think that that's a lot of family members that's passed. But do you have any sort of fairly recent people that may have passed in your life?
I'm a caregiver, and I've been a CNA for over 20 years. So I have
Right.
experienced a lot of loved ones who have passed over.
You know what?
But you know,
Your energy, that doesn't surprise me that you're a caregiver. Doesn't surprise me at all. Because I think you've got that, as people have said, you've got that loving nature.
yeah, yeah, and yeah. So it's just about that like that still falls into the anything non-physical. Like it could be past loved ones, um, or it could be an extraterrestrial, out of the body. But this is the love one again. This is love. LOVE.
Does look like it, doesn't it? Wow.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Riz. Thank you, Pegasus. Thank you, guys. So I'll leave you alone with these amazing beings while I go, and I'll be in the comments. All
Oh, brilliant. No, thank you so much for taking the time.
right. Thank you, my friend, my new friend. Thank
Welcome.
you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. Bye. 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 Bye.
I look forward to his channel. I would definitely follow him. Amazing. So obviously, if anyone wants to chat with me or talk to me or show me stuff, if you've got over 1,000 followers, you can press some sort of button to request being a chat. I don't actually know how it works properly, but I've never needed to do it. But if you want to, you can. So I'm just going to scroll down now because obviously people are chatting about his stuff. So I'm going to scroll a little bit further down if there's any questions that I can read. Sorry, I'm just trying to find questions that's not related to what his things. Robert Hockers wrote, crop circles are man-made, not by orbs. Okay, Robert, I've done a video that literally destroys. Well, first of all, we've got a carving of them from, um, oh, I think it was 1600s. So that, that ends the debate there and then. But let's pretend that carving is fake and it's not as old as it is, even though it is. The man-made ones were done allegedly by Doug and Dave back in the late 70s. But in the 60s, Sir Patrick Moore, in a newspaper and on a news channel, actually said he flew over a crop circle. So straight away, Doug and Dave weren't doing it 20 years before, or at least 10 years before. So, and then also they happen around the world at the same time. Doug and Dave couldn't have done that. So everyone, all these crop circles would have had to be man-made by loads of different people, all for a giggle. Watch my video. I go into it in detail. Just scrolling down. Enki Ears wrote, crop circles are real. They're instructions in math patterns to give us blueprints to build tech. See, I would say no to that. A, because back in the 1600s, we didn't have tech. Second of all, some of these crop circles you need to be at least 1,000 foot high, and we didn't have the technology back then to go that high. If they were for us, they would have made them smaller so we could see them. So there's loads of reasons why they're not for us. Loads of reasons. And even then, crop circles, sorry, there's a kettle boiling in the background. Even then, crop circles are not always crop circles. They can be birds, they can be all sorts of different creatures, spiders and whatever else. So they know what other creatures look like. So if they're going to help us, you wouldn't do crop circles that we have they've been doing them at least since the 1600s. So, and that was to do with the mowing devil, what they called the mowing devil. So if we haven't figured it out by now, and they're smarter than us, they would know that we haven't figured it out by now. Stop. Wait till we get the technology to be able to understand the crop circles. So they're not for us. Never was for us. Mookie Lee has wrote, can you do a live? Can you do this on live? That was to do that guy. Mookie has wrote, I'm communicating with orbs. Kerry's right, I'm so amazed by this. The good thing is he literally backed up everything that I have been saying for 40 years of research, so that's good. Enki's wrote, look up where most crop circles are found, then look up what military bases are nearby. Well, the thing is, crop circles are not just in crop, they can be in snow. Sorry, there's a microwave in the background now. So yeah, they're not. It's not just in England either. It's in Australia. It's everywhere. Crop circles can be. Michelle's wrote, what's his channel called? He hasn't got a channel yet, but you could just follow his name, which I've done in case he does do videos. Deek has wrote, sad I've missed this. I'm going to put this on. Thank you, Jess. I'm going to put this on YouTube for people because I've had a couple of guests, and if you do want to chat to me now or tell me off or whatever, feel free to hit that. If you've got 1,000, I think you need 1,000 followers in order to go live. But if you've got that and you want to chat to me or talk to me or just tell me a story, I'm here. That's what I'm here for today. Let you guys chat. Shooters wrote, anyone who looks at my pics and videos without the slightest prompt will see exactly what I see. I'm frightened to click on it only because I might end up cutting everyone off. People still talking about that guy. I'm just trying to find ones now where it's not talking about that guy. Mukulas wrote, you can also do this effect with show shutter speed. Yeah, I mean you can recreate orbs, certainly with dust as well. But some of the videos that he had there was one particular one that was almost identical to one that was near my mum. Not before she passed, but prior to that, when she was in Costa Coffee or Weatherspoons or something like that, and her neighbour who was with her took a picture, and this freaking orb just appeared from nowhere, went up, went round, and then flew off again. Small one, very similar to what he just showed me, which is why I know not all of his videos, are fake. I think they're, or not. I wouldn't say fake. Are mistaken as orbs. I would say he's managed to capture some amazing ones there. Some of them might just be dust particles, but that's why if you had a slow motion camera, we could sort of zoom in and see what it is actually. But no, I think it's really cool. Mukulas wrote light streaks. Yeah, some bugs do give. If you've got the flash on and you've got a certain setting on your camera, depending on which camera you're using, you will get a bug that gives us, obviously because of the slow shutter speed, depending on what settings. But yeah, you can get streaks of light, especially with a flash as well. But some of the ones that I've saw of his, I think are genuine, absolutely genuine orbs. Michel's wrote, how did he see them for the first time? I think he said occasionally he could see them out of his eye. He had out of body experiences, and he started taking pictures and saw them, and then started asking for them to turn up. Sorry, just scrolling down. People were saying they've seen them out their naked eye at the peripheral, which is exactly what he said. If anyone wants to chat with me, that's why I'm here. Just click whatever it is you need to click to chat with me. Kiri's wrote he needs to go on coast to coast. Yeah, I said that as well. Yeah, definitely. Michel's right. I can't see him. Can't find him to see his pictures anywhere. I don't think he has them on his site yet. But I followed him just in case he does start putting them up. JAE, I don't know how you pronounce that. That's right. I'm a night walker who loves speaking with nature. This world is so magical. Enki had asked him if he was in the news. I think I remember seeing him. Unfortunately, he's not on here now, but he may have heard me read that out. Thank you, Ashley. I was going to say Ashley there, and I realised it's got an A in there. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Thank you again, Ashley. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I feel really bad if I'm not. Ashley. Just scrolling down. People are still talking about the orbs. Is fascinating, wasn't it? Really nice to have him on. I mean, the fact that he was a carer, and he's got these orbs around him. I mean, that just nailed it shut for me. It was like, of course, that just makes so much sense. I don't know about you guys, but to me that made so much sense. Just scrolling down. People are still talking about that. Sorry, trying to get down to a little bit nearer towards. If anyone wants to chat with me, today's the day that I didn't really want to chat. If you guys are if you've got 1,000 followers, I think you need. Unfortunately, that's the way TikTok works. Truth Surgeon wrote, no, the people who wrote the Bible said Jesus was the Son of God. I think that's referring to what my guest was talking about. Enki wrote, can he comment so we can add him? Hopefully you followed him. I did while he was chatting. He might still be listening now. I don't know. Roberts wrote to do with the orbs. Orbs. Inky Ears wrote, I'm surprised TikTok hasn't shut us down. Laugh out loud. Thank you, Ashley. That's nice of you. I haven't seen your name before, so maybe it's your first time listening. Thank you. Normally I waffle on for a while. Yeah, he's there still now. The person that had the orbs, his name is. He's just pinned it. Yes, you are. So if you look for the person called Yes You Are and just click follow. Told you everyone wants to watch your channel. So definitely. So Brown Eyes has asked where you was located. April's wrote, but what are orbs? As this person said, he believes they're not physical beings. My take on orbs, from talking to clairvoyance mediums and all that other stuff, is that they're an energy force that also joins with us at some point and then leaves us. So in other words, they become our soul, our spirit. But then eventually they go back round again, and so on. People talking snow. Sorry, I'm still trying to read these. Roberts wrote, I worked for MUFON for 50 years as well as other agencies. I know about them. Excellent. I'm wondering if you was there during the Bigelow period. That if you was, that must have really, really hurt when he came on and paid to get in there and then literally nicked your information. That would really wound me up. He would have been better off just saying, look, I'll pay you for the information than trick you. But anyway. But you guys do a good job, MUFON. I think MUFON, anyone that knows what MUFON is, I think you do a great job, you guys. Shooters wrote, where can I take a few of my pics or videos to have them authenticated, meaning not man-made? If you're referring to orbs, it's really difficult because people would need to know the circumstances, whether you had lights on, whether you had a flash on, what kind of shutter speeds, lots of different things. So it's really, really difficult. I mean, do what this guy done and literally ask for the orbs. And I've heard other people's, I've seen other people's stories of where they do the same. They ask for the orbs to appear. So you can ask for them to appear, and if you're lucky, they will appear. So if you can repeat that more than once or twice, then you've got your answer as to whether or not they're sentient and whether or not it's just dust. So if you can repeat the same process that he's done, Riz the Biz has asked them to give you the lottery numbers. It's a fair question. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. I think it's Iluhu has wrote, demons didn't even leave Jesus alone. Don't remember reading that, but more to life has wrote, we are the demons, the angels, the Omega, the Alpha, the Holy Grail. I'm guessing you've not watched my video on who Jesus' father was. At time of writing, or at time of just saying that, I've had it on all day, and no one has said I'm wrong. Technically, no one's actually wrote anything so far before I came on live. So either people has watched it, so either I'm right and they can't answer it, or I'm wrong and they can't be bothered to answer it. So either way, I'll take it as a win. Still scrolling down. Nitwit Productions, what a cool name, has wrote, is an orb a dark crystal shard? So an orb, from everything that I have learned, is a life form that's energy. An energy, anything in its natural state apparently is a circle. So even an atom, it turns out to be a circle. So in its most restful state, that's why I guess planets, because of gravity maybe or whatever it is, it's a circle, and these are eternal and they're sentient, and they join apparently with our pineal gland while we're in the womb and become a hard drive, literally learning everything that we learn. John E has wrote Indian burial ground. If any, there's people who do want to chat. Sorry, I didn't see that. My bad. We've got Lewis and Alfredo. I'll tell you what, I'm going to accept both of you guys if I can. And you guys can chat to each other as well, because you guys are so cool.
Hello, Mr. Eldridge.
Hello.
Hello, boss.
Hello. Hello there.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and have we got the other one on?
Yes, Don.
Alfredo?
Yeah, both of you guys are here. Go ahead. Whoever wants first, go ahead.
No, Lewis, go.
Hey, I would just like to say thank you for all this research you're doing, and we get to hear week in and week out.
Oh, thank you. I'm guessing that's Lewis talking.
Yes, you're one of your favorite students, let's say.
Oh, bless you. Thank you, Lewis. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say.
But I do have a question. Have you worked it out where Jesus might have traveled throughout his to his adult life? There's speculations he was in Egypt, he was here.
I have heard that, but I've not. I don't really. You've probably heard me say I don't really sort of follow his adult life, simply because whatever's written is the only thing we can go by. And yes, there is inconsistency in the Bible, so it's kind of difficult for me to verify. Other than if there's only one bit of information, then it's really difficult for me to work out whether it's 100% correct or not. So I don't really know the answer to that. I mean, from Israel you can walk to Egypt. You don't need a boat or anything. So it's totally possible that he did go to Egypt.
Interesting.
And it would make sense, because if he is who I said he was, then Marduk was his dad. Then Marduk would have had a strong influence on Egypt, obviously, because he was the one trying to, well, originally he was Ra, and then he became Atum, and then so he would have had strong ties to Egypt.
Yeah, that's what I would think also. Yeah.
But yeah, no. Other than that, I don't really. Do you see what I mean? It's if there's only one sort of text, then I either take that as gospel or don't. So I try and avoid looking into his adult life, just simply because there's nothing to there's it's not like the Anunnakis, because they've got buildings, so I can say, aha, they were there because their temple's there. That makes sense. Whereas Jesus, I've kind of got nothing to grab onto. It's not like he's got a building that he goes back to, or it's not like he's got, a spaceport or anything, gold mines or anything that you can look into with the Anunnaki. There's nothing for me to look into for him other than just what's written in a book. So that's why I sort of avoid it, really.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I think that's why it's so open-ended. When people are talking about in the Bible, Jesus said this or did that, and you can't really say, you know, I think it's not true, but because I don't think anybody was around when Jesus was, doing most of what they said he was, but you know, it's there's just nothing there, like you said. There's nothing there. just
Yeah,
people wanting to prop them up to their own advantages. For
yeah, yeah. I mean, even if it was written, 3 years after Jesus had done those things, I can't remember what I had for dinner yesterday, let alone recalling someone else's conversation that they had 3 years ago. And supposedly it's anywhere between 80 to 100 years after that the Bible was written. So I would struggle to say that it was all accurate for sure.
yeah, yeah.
How are you though, Lewis? You okay? You doing well?
Yes, I'm doing well, thank you. And I was holding on, not to trying to say anything, because I'm always on your Patreon page learning stuff. So when you had that out, I'm like, oh no, I want to tell people, and I just no, I gotta wait.
What do you think?
So
Probably the
yes.
only even my daughter hasn't bothered watching that Jesus video. What's your thoughts on who
Well, I
his
think
father was?
I think it's it's good research, right? Uh, because when you talk about like when Jesus was born, they kind of describe his personal appearance. Wasn't he glowing as well? Don't they mention that in the Bible? Didn't he
Same
have
as
a?
Noah.
That was
Yeah.
just Noah, not Jesus,
No,
in the
and
manger.
Noah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are all the traits of the Anunnaki uh, breeding with us. When the babies come out with that, that glow or that, non-human whatever.
Yeah.
So yes, yes. I think it's it's totally feasible that was the issue.
Oh, thank you. Woohoo! I'll take that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I asked too, where are all the religious people that would be on here wanting to snap at your research or what have you, but
Oh, I know. I was petrified this morning when I put it up. And I was like looking at my phone because the YouTube one went up at midnight or something, and I was like, "Here we go, right? Come on, and let's read all the naysayers and and nothing. No one said anything.
well,
So oh,
wow.
it's probably better that way. So
They got to
yeah.
wait to think of an answer. They got to, run it through their people, their channel. Well, he was right about this and that. What do we say about, how they have to do,
Well, they're going to hate the Satan one when I release that. Lit- Literally, I show almost word for word um, the. I don't want to spoil it, but I show word for word from the Bible about. Um, I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, literally, it's not
Come on,
what
sir.
Rev.
You love spoiling your own research. Come on.
I try not to. Filmmaker and me giving the little teaser trailers out there.
uh, well, go ahead,
Well,
Pegasus. I don't want to steal the floor.
well. Look. Firstly, I just want to say thank you for you know, all of the research that you've done and the way that you brought that research to the fore. I think that you've woken up a lot of people, and I think you've forced a lot of people to question what it is they believe and what they've been taught. So, firstly, thank you for that.
Wow,
Secondly,
thank you.
well, look, I'm pretty sure that you'll see comments, of people who have said, they struggle to go to church now because they look at everything differently. And I think that was the purpose of why you did all of this. Not necessarily to go after the church, but to make people question, um, you know, what it is they've been taught. So, firstly, thank you for that. Secondly, I just wanted to talk about something that we doesn't really get spoken about, which is sleep paralysis.
Yeah. Have you had?
So, did. I had something exceedingly strange happen to me that I still to this day can't explain. Right? So basically, I moved into a unit that was brand new. I was the first person to live in this unit, and so it was my ex and I in this unit, and we both started to experience, how do I say this, a weight on your chest, and it's so difficult to get up, right? And it's a feeling like a force pushing you down, okay? And I would physically have to fight through that force to be able to get up. And it was happening on a pretty frequent basis. It's never happened to me before. It's never happened to me since. It only happened in that place. And how do I say this? So it got so bad that my ex refused to come back to the unit. Okay. And the final time that it happened. So this was the time that made me go, that's it, I'm not dealing with it anymore, right? So I just had a car accident. So I got hit by a truck and was in a lot of pain. So I went to lay down, and which I did, and then would have been roughly anywhere between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. I was inherently aware of 3 beings in the room with me. And 2 of them were non-human. So the one that was apparently human, I'm not even going to say it was human. I don't know what it was, but it felt like it resembled a human to some extent. Right? The other 2 were, I don't know how else to say this, but they were the purest definition of a reptilian. And sorry, Clem, just to let you know, yes, I was an exotic male dancer. I don't do it anymore since I hurt my back. Anyway, but we won't go into that now. The point of what I was saying was that I saw these things up close and personal. Like, they were that close to me, I could see the scales around their eyes. And I was absolutely paralyzed, could not move, right? They were telling me telepathically to relax and it's okay, we're not going to hurt you, all this sort of stuff. And obviously, I was trying to kick and scream and yeah, wasn't working, okay? Then they put an object, silver object, looked like a cutthroat razor, to my throat, just to my right hand thyroid. And so they ran this thing along my skin, and as they ran along, I could hear every single hair being cut. Okay, and it wasn't like, when you shave, you get that kind of scraping sound. It wasn't like that. It was like each individual hair was snapping. Okay, and then I was kicking. I was trying to move around and couldn't move, and then that was it. That's all I remember. Okay, I woke up the next morning, went straight to the bathroom, and there was a coin-sized hole that had been cut in my beard, perfect circle. And it was, I don't know how else to explain it, but it was like my skin was like baby skin. You couldn't feel stubble underneath. It was just back to normal skin. And it took about 6 months for the hair to grow back.
Wow.
So, and then after that, I was like, that is it. I am not doing this. And I left the unit. I just pretty much up and left everything. So I'm somebody who I'm not afraid to get into, or I'm not afraid to have confrontation. But that exceeded confrontation. That I can't even explain to you to this day what the hell that was. But yeah, absolutely, yes. Coates, you are 100% right. It was terrifying.
Could I ask a question about the reptilians? So the sizes of these characters, what size would you say? Are they sort of 3 foot, 4 foot, 6 foot, 8 foot?
No, between 6 and 8 foot, easy. They were
Right.
much bigger than I was, much bigger than me. And the way that they didn't actually talk to each other. They were looking at each other, communicating telepathically, but I could hear them talking to each other.
Right. And what can I ask what the time difference was between you and your girl partner having the chest issues and then the day that or night that this event happened? Is it sort of continuous?
This all happened over the course of 6 months.
Right. The reason why I say that is because the from everything that I've learned, when you have that pressure on your chest, that is either a poltergeist or I hate to even use the word demonic, which would be more like the jinn, um, but more than likely a poltergeist of some description. That type of bad juju juice, for want of a better word, so something bad. So I'm wondering whether the reptilians and the extra character were there to see what's going on with you with the other. So I think those two are separate, because I can't imagine the reptilians needing to force your chest, that pressure. And did you have fear with that by any chance?
So what I think it was. Okay, so the way that I came, and I'm not going off any other evidence other than what I felt, right? It felt like, yes, there were two separate incidents, right? Or they were two separate things, but I feel like partly because of the work that I was doing at the time, and the things that were happening in my life, I was under a huge amount of stress. I just started my business. I was pushing myself to the absolute max, and I think that made me susceptible to psychic attack, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what yeah. That's what
And I
the jinn
think
would.
that, yeah, and the thing is that, so in my family's culture, so I'm originally from South Africa. I live in Australia now. Um, my great grandparents were known as very, very, I don't know how else to say it, but they were very spiritual people, and people would come to them in the town when things were not going right, or whatever, right? So, like, for example, my grandmother came across a family whose child had died, like baby had died, and the baby had been dead for, I don't know, an hour or so, and they brought it to my grandmother, and my grandmother firstly rubbed the baby down in, I think it was olive oil or coconut oil or something like that, and like rub, and then next thing you know, she restarted this child's life, and I know
Wow.
that that's 100, and I know that that's 100% real because I met this woman, and she said to me, if it wasn't for your grandmother, I'd be dead. So I know that that's real because, why would somebody come up and say that to me if it wasn't real? And the other thing was too that, so in their town, the local caretaker of the school hung himself in the toilets of the school, right? And then shortly thereafter, the children started seeing this apparition in the bathroom whenever they were going to the bathroom, and this thing was scaring all the kids, this and that. So they brought my great grandmother in, and she apparently performed some sort of something, and I've heard this from a number of different people, so it wasn't just one person I've heard this from, right? They said that she caught a spirit in a bottle, and it looked like smoke swirling around in a bottle, and she said that they drove, or my great grandmother drove a spike through the bottle into a tree and nailed the spirit into the tree, and this thing was never seen again. So I do believe that there are spirits. I do believe that there are interdimensional entities, which is what I think those reptilians were. Because they didn't obviously got into my unit somehow, and they didn't come through the door. They were just there, out of the darkness. So, you know, they must have some way to, you know, appear and, you know, and become tangible, become real somehow. So, like I said, I know that they didn't go through the doors or anything like that. So yeah, it was, you know, that to this day, that event is still by far the scariest thing that I've ever had happen. And see you, Chanda. Have a good one. Yeah, and it left me questioning everything. So, you know, I just know that sometimes, especially on your particular channel, we talk a lot about the Anunnaki and whatnot, but we don't really go into sleep paralysis, and I think that it might affect a lot more people than, you know, people want to talk about,
I,
because I think it might be
I mean,
scary for
just,
people to talk about.
but I don't think that was actually sleep paralysis. You wouldn't, I mean, you and your partner wouldn't have it at the same time. So I would go back to the jinn or some, you know, poltergeist or something of a negative energy as opposed to sleep paralysis. Because sleep paralysis, to have two people at the same time, it's, you know, it'd be probably almost impossible, I would have thought. So I
Well,
think, yeah, I think you was being targeted, especially as you say, everything matches. You know, you're under stress, your energy's low, your chakra's low. That is the time that these entities come for you. And obviously, the reptilians weren't after you in a bad way, otherwise you wouldn't be here now.
and that's the other thing too, is I don't think they were there for bad at all. I think that they were there for something that was positive for me. And I'm saying that because my mum has thyroid issues. So I don't know whether they did something to help me or whatever, but I've never had any thyroid issues, so I'm fingers crossed. But it was more the fact that, one, I was completely powerless, zero, could not fight in any way, shape, or form, and especially considering, well, I consider myself to be a fairly strong person mentally. I had no defense, zero, and I
So
think
they
that's what makes it.
paralyze you. I think they, because this is generally what we hear with, you know, the greys and everything. They do paralyze people, but it's not necessarily sleep paralysis, because sleep paralysis is where you're asleep and then you realize that you're sleeping but you can't move. Whereas you, to me, it sounds like you, when they came, they literally just put you as a paralyzed you as opposed to sleep paralysis. They just stopped you from moving, which you know is a common thing from all abductees. They all get paralyzed, but it's not necessarily sleep paralysis as such, you know, from a medical point of view.
Well, I noticed also, so after this, for a number of months after this, I would have what could only be described as seizures in my sleep. And I was staying with friends, and they would say to me, you know, like, we couldn't help it. We were watching you sleep, and you were thrashing around in your sleep.
Mm.
So I don't know whether there was some lingering after effect or whatever it was, but I came to the conclusion that that may have been more to do with my brain not
Shut
telling me that, you know, that I'd gone to sleep. So, you know,
right.
your muscles still continue to act, but your brain's asleep. And it took a number of months for that to stop. So, you know, I think hang on, it's my own fear amplified. Yeah, well, you know what? I do feel as though they weren't doing, because they didn't do anything negative,
Yeah.
right? Um, but it was weird that I actually had I had physical evidence of them being there.
Did you
You know,
take a
as
picture
in,
by chance?
did I what?
Take a picture of your beard by any chance?
Yeah, I might have one. I might have one somewhere. I'll have a look around for it. But Just sorry, just on that point, just from Mr. Yes You Are. So you know how all of his orbs were very circular, right?
Yeah.
Um, so I've got a picture. So something was in the last house that I was in, and like there was a presence in that house, and I've always got cameras set up all over my house, and something set off my motion detect camera, and the uh, the image was, to me, it looks like a face in an orb that's moving across the screen. Um, very,
Right.
very strange. Very strange. So, in terms of the orbs that he was seeing, um, I 100% believe it. But for some reason, I get the feeling they're attached to family members who are looking out for you. I don't know why, but you know, if if your soul is pure energy, um, then it could be people that you've cared for, or people you care about, or all that sort of stuff. So in that
I mean,
sense,
the other.
sorry, go.
Sorry, go on. No, I was just going to say the other point that is where, for example, clairvoyants that become clairvoyants for the first time, they start um, accepting in spirits. Then all the spirits come. So I'm just wondering, for example, from his point of view, once he realised he can see them, all of them came because they do want to try and communicate in their own way, which is what we hear from mediums, etc. They have to try and shut them off after a while because they could be doing ladies and gentlemen stuff in the bedroom with their partner, and you got spirits trying to talk to them and stuff. So maybe he's
Yeah,
got the same thing. Maybe because he's open to himself to it now, that every Tom, Dick, and Harry, as we would say, is trying. Every spirit is trying to show up
it's
and communicate.
it's funny. It's funny you mentioned that. Have you ever seen that guy Tyler, who's they call
Yeah,
him the Hollywood medium? Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Um, he was saying in one of the interviews that he did with somebody that person's grandmother kept showing up, but he was doing inappropriate things at the time. Like every single time she showed up, that he was doing something inappropriate. So you're right. So you're right. They could well be showing up at inappropriate times. And I don't know about you, but um, that scares me a bit because I'm always doing inappropriate things. So um, look, and when it comes down to it, like I said, I think all of these things are also dependent on how much you're willing to believe them. You know what I mean? There are
Yeah,
people out there who don't believe in spirits, so they'll never see spirits.
no, I agree. I agree. I mean, like that guy, he had you could just tell as people were saying in the comments, he had such a lovely disposition.
Energy about them. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, I could see why spirits would hang around him.
yeah, completely. And I think also too, people who meditate are so much more more likely to have these experiences because I think our world is predicated on the basis of always looking outward, right? As opposed to us looking inward to finding out, what we're really about. We've been trained to look outward instead of looking inward, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
And spirituality is, it's a word it's thrown around a lot, especially nowadays when people are, trying to avoid the topic of religion. But it's once again, it comes back down to knowing what is real and what isn't. And they've made it. I know that you've mentioned them before. You mentioned them earlier. Um, but the Rockefellers, and they've got a lot to do with kind of what's happening now, insofar as they control the curriculum, and if you control what people are taught, if you can control what people know through the media and all of that sort of stuff, of course, you know that's going to help you maintain control over the population. Um, and they have been the masters of that. They've specialised in that control, and it's good that there are social media sites like TikTok where people can share, that sort of information.
I think is why they're actually trying to stop TikTok, really.
You know what? I sincerely do believe that. I do believe that they weren't expecting people to share the amount of info and the type of info that they do. But I'm also noticing too that there's a strange trend to censoring certain things on TikTok that really shouldn't be censored. I mean, you know, you can't even say, the achrome word. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Without, like, I've had 3 videos get banned because I've mentioned that particular word. And if it wasn't real and if it wasn't a thing,
Why are they frightened of it? Yeah.
100%. Why would you? And
No, I still am of the belief that TikTok's not really the one that's banning these things. I think it's the companies forcing, the Rockefellers, the American governments, and everything forcing TikTok to block these things. I don't think TikTok would want to do that. I think that so. I think they're the last good people. I think that's just my opinion. I don't think they're deliberately doing it. And the ones that do get blocked are probably flagged by people that watch videos. I've been blocked once or twice by people complaining, not by TikTok blocking me. So
I'm actually really, really surprised that you. Oh, firstly, sorry, can I just say quickly, hello, Paul, Mr. Paul Graziano. I think he needs a bit of a shout out because whenever you've got a live going, he is a very, very knowledgeable person, and as a mod, I see that there are a number of people who come through your live all the time. They always support, they always bring good energy to the live and whatnot. So, and people like her and Kerry as well, they definitely need a shout out. And I'm so glad that you chose to open up the box and get some people in and have a chat. Not because
tough
we don't like hearing
idea,
from you.
wasn't it? I think you suggested doing it.
Oh, was it? Was it me? Was it my suggestion?
Or Paul, because I talked to Paul, and Paul's asked me many a questions. Since I first seen him on TikTok, and he's now, started up his own little channel, and he's doing a great thing. So he's sort of taken on the mantle, and So as you say, Kerry. I mean, most of the regulars as well. I haven't really said it, but thank you to all of you guys. And you, Alfredo. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have a laugh.
Well,
You know what I
well,
mean by
look, when
that.
it comes down to, I know that we talk about a lot of, there are some very serious topics that we talk about, and there are a lot of, how do you say, what's the word that you use? Numpties who
I've
come
got to get
into your,
made with that.
who come into your live and they say dumb stuff and they hold the chat up and, all of this, Kerry, I'm just a numpty trying not to be a numpty anymore. Um, they come in and they hold your live up and they hold back your opportunity to share info. And look, I've said this in the chat a number of occasions. I've tried for more than close to 50 years to try to debunk you, and I have not been able to as yet. So, that says a lot about um, you and the research that you do, and um, you very much should be commended. And but I also think that you should take something away from the fact that there are certain people, um, you know, Mister 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 Billy Carson won't he who shall not be named. Um, if he's pinching your work, um, then that says a lot. You know what I mean?
Mm.
The fact that he's not giving you credit for it also says a lot about who he is as a person. Um, but it does seem coincidental that you come out with something, and then a lot of the time he comes out with something exceedingly similar.
Mm.
And look, if he doesn't give you the credit, I'm giving you the credit now to say that you know, I know that one of your favorite sayings is to say, well, I don't want to sound big-headed, but I'm going to say something big-headed, right?
You didn't pick up on that, did you? Really? You was listening.
But what I suppose the point that I'm trying to get at is that I think that in some respects you can be a little bit big-headed when you have done the research that you've done, and it takes a lot of stones to stand by what you believe, and especially especially in the face of people saying, that you're talking crap or whatever it is. So hats off to you, sir. I think that you are very, very much one of the if not the best thing that I've found on TikTok. So
Oh, I'll say it.
it's not every day. It's not every day I give a compliment before breakfast, but yes, that's me giving you a compliment.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, absolutely not my problem, and not a problem at all. And like I said, keep up the good work. Um, I think there's a lot of people out there who appreciate the stuff that you do, and they very much look out for you and look out for the stuff that you present. I know that from my point of view, and I don't want to plug it, but the Our True History colouring in book is one of the few things that I've basically, you know, actually understood, as opposed to some of your other stuff that requires higher thinking that's above my pay grade. So, and like I said, you can see it in the comments. People very much appreciate what you do, so don't stop. Keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you. And I hope your mum, after what you just said about your mum, hope everything goes okay for her.
Yeah, look, everything's fine there. You should see my mum. My mum is 76 and she does not have a wrinkle on her.
Oh, wow.
And that's because she is yeah, and that's correct, Kerry. That's why I was late today. The colouring in book. That's correct. I'm sorry. I was just trying to.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Um, I think my mum is in that condition because she does meditate. In fact, she's what I've termed as an Uber Hindu.
Wow.
Because yeah, she's no meat, no fish, no sex, no drugs, no rock and roll,
Huh.
and she has somehow managed to get younger um, since everything since every, since everything in her life has happened. So um, I think there is something massive to be said for meditation and looking inwards as opposed to just looking at things in the material world, because if the human eye can only see 0.5% of what's in the spectral realm,
Yeah.
God knows what else it is that we're missing out on, and it's a shame that none of us can, or we aren't all issued with Dyson and glasses when we reach a certain age, to work out what is real and what's fake. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No. Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely to talk to you properly because we do chat behind the scenes. So
Well,
no, talking to you.
you know me. When it comes down to it, I want to. There are very few things that I actually believe in, but your channel and the information that you bring, very much I do believe in, and I don't want to see, um, I don't want to see your chat get held up with idiots who come in and say dumb stuff, which is half the reason why your your comments always keep going down to the bottom, is because me or Cherry or um, Jane, Jane's a bit of a beast too. When it comes to, when it comes down to it, we do not mess around when it comes to muting people, because we don't want people missing out on your message. So I
All
hope
right.
that you I hope that you realise why we are sometimes so stringent on people.
That makes
Um,
sense. That's lovely. Thank you, guys.
but honestly, you need to get either another phone or another account so you can watch, so you don't
I
get lost
did.
in the comments.
I've tried it. I tried it a couple of weeks back, and it scrolled to the very bottom as well on the other phone, and I was like, oh well, that's that ruined that idea. It was a totally different account, different phone. So I started reading the comments, and then someone muted someone, and it genuinely scrolled to the bottom.
I honestly, maybe it's because we're already at the bottom, so we're looking at the latest comments, um, and you know, you're a little bit back. So yeah, look, sorry, I didn't think about that. I'll see if I can find another way to keep some sort of track for you, but it's so difficult because you are the tangent master. Um, I don't think I've ever seen anybody um, take as many twists and turns in a conversation as you. And uh, if there was some other way I could help you keep up, I will. Um, leave it with me. I've got my best people working on it, as they say.
Are they old enough to do a colouring book?
Well, the coloring book is only based on my level of intelligence. Um, but that being said, I have not checked out your whose was Jesus's father, because you have
Oh,
been building up to that for a couple of weeks, um, and you managed not to spill the beans on that one just yet, which I'm very proud of you for. You like I said, you're not afraid to spill your own beans, let's say. But I will definitely check that out because you've got me intrigued as to who his father was, and if you're saying it wasn't you, um, then I really do need to find out who it is. And yes, you will see the finishing product, the finished product of my colouring in. I'm just waiting to get
brilliant.
some more Derwent watercolor pencils, and you'll see some unbelievable artwork. And I noticed also too that you had a Pegasus in there. So thank you very
Yeah.
much for that. I know that you were thinking of me when you did that. I very much appreciate it.
And once you've done it, if you'd allow me to put up your pictures on my page, that'd be nice.
Oh, absolutely. Look, when it comes down to it, like I said, there are so many concepts and you know higher planes of thinking that's required when speaking to you. And I feel like a bit of a doofus having to come to you with a colouring in book. But I saw your colouring in effort, and I was inspired. So I thought to myself, look, if he can do it, I'm gonna have a red hot go. So
Oh, oh, thank you. Yeah, I've actually framed mine. I tend to have framed it. That was the whole reason why I done that book because I figured it'd be nice if people can cut these things out and actually frame them if they thought they were any good. And I cut
well,
mine out.
well, I tell you what, I think when it comes down to it, you'll see the effort that I make with mine, and we'll have to come back and compare, and you can. I'm happy for you
Oh,
to put mine up on a page or wherever. Um, but yeah, the other question was, when last did you have somebody go one, two, and three in the class? I can't think of the last time. When was the last time you had somebody go one, two, and three?
but one person that was 1, 2, and 3.
Hmm,
Hmm.
I'd say October 29.
I'm guessing you're not counting the days, are you?
And if anybody wants to know what I'm talking about, please feel free to go to our True History Spotify podcast page
Oh, why is it
and
on there? Is it your one?
and check out October 29. And
Oh,
yeah, just I'm just saying.
and I thought I was the one with a big ego. Oh, brilliant. No, it's brilliant.
Oh, look, I hope it's been enjoyable for you. It's absolutely enjoyable for me. I'm so glad that you did this. It was a great idea.
Yeah, no, I still don't know how to get rid of people, but yeah, it's great. No, I've had some
Oh,
good people tonight. Lovely.
I have to say, Mr. Yes You Are was uh, really, really very, very interesting, and I think it's worth the risk of having um, people on. It's it's worth the risk when you come across people like that,
Yes, yeah.
because there are things out there that we just cannot explain, but we don't know that they're out there unless people bring them forward. So, um, you know, I think he more than reasonably did that.
No, it was great. It was really, yeah, it was an eye opener. I hadn't obviously seen in person, so yeah, that was good.
And I know that you're very much into your orbs, so I thought that was right up your alley. I'm glad that he was in the chat. So if you're still in here, thank you very, very much, sir. That was most interesting.
That was good. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah,
Oh, well, so much,
yeah,
Alfredo, for coming on.
no worries. I didn't want to. I don't want to hold your chat up and hold up anybody else coming forward. So I'll bid you adieu. But I have to say it was most pleasurable being able to come on and at least express my thanks for your channel, because you bring so much to probably a lot more people than you know.
Oh, thank you. Okay, time check on that. Just grab that and put that on a TikTok video.
Don't worry. Once this one goes on Spotify, you can go back and have a listen and get the ego stroked and all that. Whenever you're feeling down, just go back and have a listen to my comments, and you'll be right.
Brilliant, lovely, thank you.
Nah, no dramas. All right, I'll catch up with you. Please feel free if you got something good to bring to the live, jump in the box.
Lovely, yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Cool, catch up.
Cheers, thanks, bye. I do love his he's gone now, bless him. Yeah, I do love his sense of humour. So there's another person down the bottom that says they want to join, so hopefully Kerry's still around. Sorry for holding you on there, Kerry.
Hi.
Hello, Kerry.
Hi, can you
Hi,
hear
how
me?
you doing?
I'm good. How are
I can
you?
hear you.
Good,
I'm
great.
good, thank you.
Well, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate you doing this. This is great. And I really do believe that sometimes I am a numpty, but I am trying to learn. I ask you tons of questions, and I really appreciate you answering me, even if you may be in the background rolling your eyes saying, "Is this girl really that stupid?" But
I've never done that.
oh, that was Alfredo.
No comment.
No comment. I know. Oh, well, thank you, Alfredo. Yeah, it's probably kind of hard to understand me, even though you say it's great to put a voice to the name. I'm an Okie, so I have an Okie accent, so I talk. At least it's not real bad. I don't talk really weird all the time, but you know. Um, but no, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate you. That was the only reason why I wanted to come on. I do have questions, but it's something that I'd probably talk to you later about.
Well, I'll definitely do this again if if you don't want to ask now or chat now. I'll definitely do this again. Because normally I don't know if you've seen the other ones where I've let people on. It's just been a right nightmare, and but tonight it's been amazing. Everyone's been great.
Yeah, I think my questions right now are just more like, why does the Bible say one thing and the tablets say something else? I think is where my brain has been lately. So,
Have you got a specific point, for example?
um, well, it's kind of like in the Bible, they say that God created the heavens and the earth, but according to the tablets, the Anunnaki came here and the earth was already here.
Yeah, yeah. And the reason why the Bible says that God created heaven and earth is because of the Enuma Elish. So the Enuma Elish was is some tablets that's in the British Museum that literally says there's a couple of different versions, but we'll use the Enuma Elish, and it basically talks about Marduk. It's not really Marduk. It's basically the planet Nibiru comes round, the moon smashes into Tiamat. Tiamat breaks up. Another planet that was between Jupiter and Mars breaks up, forms Earth, forms the asteroid belt, and possibly forms our moon, or one of Nibiru's moons end up being our moon. But either way, and that tablet supposedly, I estimated it to be written. I think I said about 5,000 BC, something like that. And after that, I've come across where mainstream say it was written approximately, roughly about 5,000 BC, 4,500, to which makes the date around 5,000 years, which then to me makes people, because obviously the Bible people would have read that but not understood more than likely read that, but not understood when it was actually written, and probably didn't have a context of where it belonged in terms of lineage. So that's probably where people get the 6,000 years or 5,000 years that the Earth's been formed, because they're going from a tablet from that date, as opposed to understanding that the tablet is actually talking about something that happened four something billion years ago. So that's my take on it. So I think they just translated it wrong. But there was a couple of different versions of that. One is where Marduk slashed and broke up Tiamat, which obviously is not the case. And that one's a newer tablet where Marduk would have been now in charge of the Earth when Enlil had died, and Ninurta went back to take over control of, or take over from King Anu when he retires or whatever, dies. So yeah,
Right.
so that's why I think that comes up in the Bible, because we do
Yeah.
have the 6 days of creation, where it's as a cuneiform tablet, where it's talking about Enki teaching the other Anunnakis to how to catalog fish, how to catalog for the first 6 days water, animals, etc. And then on the seventh, literally says, "I'm going to have make this a day of Sabbath, a day of rest." So we've got things that predate Genesis that make a lot more sense than what Genesis would on its own.
Yeah, yeah, because if God was all knowing, all seeing, all whatever, I don't know why he would need to rest. He wouldn't get tired. It's kind of like the same
Yeah,
theory with you with the lapis lazuli throne. That doesn't, why would he need to sit down? He's not a physical person,
spot on. Yeah.
And then my other question is does it say anywhere in the tablets anything about Cain and who was his? I know there's Cain and Abel, and the other brother was Seth. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so Cain and Seth. Does it say anywhere in the tablets as to who their wives were?
No, but if you go by Zachariah Sitchin, I've not read the particular tablets that he would have hopefully read to be able to put him in this book. But so you got to remember, the Anunnaki created humans. This is scientifically proven that Homo sapiens were around 300,000 years ago from South Africa. So
Right.
by the time, so this isn't Adam and Eve. This was just there is names for them, and it's in the back of the names for the two very first Homo sapiens are in the back of the book Lost Book of Enki. But it wasn't till Enki had relationships with the offspring off of the ones from South Africa that he then wrote down the names of them, because they're now offspring of his, and he was a prince. So he kept their lineage by writing down Adam and Eve, which was his first two kids, and then they had kids, but they only had, according to Sitchin, they only had Cain and Abel. Seth was Enki had relationships with Eve, his daughter, and that's who his child was with her. So Cain and Abel were Adam and Eve's, but Seth was Enki and Eve's child. And then when they had kids, they bred with the other humans that were still around, just like Enki did to get Adam and Eve. There were 200,000 years of Homo sapiens that have been breeding from the original 7 males and 7 females. We've got 200,000 years of Homo sapiens being here. So when Cain and Abel needed to breed, they would have bred with some of the offsprings off of the South African people, basically.
Right. Yeah, because I was having a discussion with somebody at work the other day about all that, and I was like, okay, so if Adam and Eve were the first human beings ever here, and they had these sons, where did they get their wives from?
Yeah.
And they can't answer that.
No, that Bible, I've heard that, many a time, yeah. But
Yeah.
it makes more
So,
sense because we've even got the evidence that Homo sapiens came from South Africa 300,000 years ago.
yeah, so that's what I wanted to ask you, because then I would have something to explain, as to how this actually all worked, because it's certainly not how it worked in the Bible.
No, no,
in
and of
my
course,
opinion.
no, no. And we've also got fused chromosomes, which if you look up, you'll find
Exactly.
no primates or hominids had fused chromosomes, only us. So someone's messed around with us at some
Yeah,
point.
exactly. So anyway, that perfectly answers it. That's what I wanted to know. So
Oh, bless you. Thank you, Kerry.
I appreciate it, and I thank you for doing this. This is great. It's good to finally get to talk to you.
Oh, thank you.
So
Yes, nice to have put a voice to your name as well.
yeah, yeah, for sure. All right, well, you have a good day, and
Thank
I
you.
will let somebody else come in.
Thank you very much. I have no idea how to get rid of you in the nicest possible way, so I'm hoping you can figure out how to end the chat.
I think I can figure it out. All right. See you
Thank
later.
you.
Bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. Yay! Everyone can figure it out except for me. So there's another person's name down here. Don't yeet me. I recognise that name. So come on down. Oh, he's gone. Oh, I just pressed join and it's gone. Oh, oh, don't yeet me. He's gone. Oh, someone's back. Who's back? Colton has joined in. Come on down, Colton. Hopefully I pronounced that right. I'm terrible at pronunciations. I'm totally in the wrong job for pronunciations, aren't I? 3, 2, 1. I don't recognise this name, so I don't know who this person is. It's loading in. Any second now. Behind door number 1, we have... The suspense is killing me. It's probably an internet issue, I would say, or a data issue. And... Okay, I can't take the suspense much more. What a night. Oh, Colton. I don't know what's happening. Um... Oh, don't yeet me's back. So Colton, we're having trouble getting you on here for some reason. Gone. Okay, so don't yeet me's back. Let's try don't yeet me. This is, this is a fun game. See whether people join or not. We got you. Don't yeet me.
Hey, how are you, brother?
Oh, there you are. Hi, nice to see you.
It's an awesome day. You know, we're all your biggest fan. I'm sure everybody would want to have a beer with you and, you know, pick your brain.
Oh, I'm going to keep cutting these bits out and making my own little video that I can just play over and over. Sorry. Of the comments that people saying. That's nice. Thank you. Are you still there? Don't leave me or don't yeet me.
Oh, I must
Are
have
you
hit
there?
something. I'm here.
Oh, good, good. What can we do today?
Hey, man, I'm just, like I said, I wanted to, you know, have a beer with you like the rest of your fans, pick your brain on all the good stuff.
Oh, if there's anything you want to ask now, I'm here.
It, weirdly, was there anything before Samaria? Like, does your history timeline show anything like before these, you know, gods did their thing?
So, excellent question. Go number 2 in the class for that. So there's people out there, there's other researchers, I'm not gonna name names, but there's other researchers that have claimed that, like, 100 million years or a billion years ago, there were different alien races here on Earth, and they fought each other, and one won and the other done a runner. But there is no evidence of that. Obviously, the only two things that do survive over time is rock and bone. Anything else, I've looked. Anything else will over that kind of time will totally be gone. So the only things that I could probably say in terms of something intellectual would be the race that Enlil spoke about, which was the race that was as smart as humans that was already here. Doesn't actually state where that position was, whether it was in India, whether it was in Australia or anywhere. Unfortunately, it doesn't say it. My guess is it would still be the Middle East-ish, because he actually allowed them to go and attack humans. He,
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen it on the Patreon page, but yeah. So that's the only reference I've got to anything that would be classed as smart prior to
Yeah.
the Anunnaki coming here. There's no. I've looked. I've looked for. I know you've got there's monuments under the oceans, which big structures, and people were saying, are they man-made? And then sometimes you come across actual
I,
man-made.
I'm a little bit of a morbid conversation person. I'm like borderline. Should I start doomsday prepping? Like, I think we're going to see those monuments soon, and not because of global warming thawing. I think it's a pole shift. I think there's basically the poles will shift to 20, 30 degrees, and that'll actually shift some of the ocean and maybe expose and or retreat the land masses, these things. You know what I mean? I think while we're funneling money into, man-made climate change, we're going to miss a natural disaster. You know what I mean? As like my doomsday prepping scenarios in my head. I know that's a little weird, but I hate to elaborate on nothing history, but I think nothing history is basically like the Native American. They didn't build monuments, they didn't build towers, they didn't build things. They lived as nomadic tribes. They lived as, peaceful people. Like the Amish living off the land. Just a simpler lifestyle. And I think that's why there's not much history on like where did the Vikings come from. I feel like they were a tribe, a smaller. I'm like they come out of like nowhere and they have nothing. Like in that kind of, crappy segue, but where do you think the like Stonehenge came from? Like who built Stonehenge? Like I almost want to connect them to the fathers and or whatever of the the Viking people or the northern Indo-European people.
I mean, for me, the Stonehenge was done as a calendar. We've got the Book of Enoch, which literally matches what they used to call them gates, as opposed to we would call them, I don't know, arches or doors or something. They called them gates. So in the Book of Enoch, it says the first gate on the first day will be 6 hours and all this kind of stuff, and it goes around. So basically, it's definitely a calendar that matches the Book of Enoch, and the Book of Enoch was obviously written in the Middle East, and also Stonehenge has got quartz in it, and all the other buildings that have the monuments that we can't recreate to this day have some form of quartz in it. Even if the rock's different, it still has quartz in it, and so it seems that the quartz is something that they can lift without using anti-gravity. So I would certainly say it's not humans that would have created Stonehenge. I would have said, and at the time, possibly at the time, there's obviously no dates on Stonehenge, but Stonehenge being a calendar, if you go by the Lost Book of Enki, if you believe the things that, so there's some bits I haven't read simply because they're not available for me to read, but in the Lost Book of Enki it talks about Enlil telling the Nerta to go around and create calendars so that everyone knows, all the humans know, that it's still the time of Enlil as the leader of, because when the constellations changed, it would have been passed over to Marduk. So that's why I believe we have these stone calendars around different places, and obviously Stonehenge is one of the larger ones, but there were other calendars like that around the world, but a lot of them's been destroyed. Some of them you still only see remnants.
That makes a little bit of sense, yeah, because the but the same Gaul or Indo-European people, they had that weird hat. They had a golden hat that had like a calendar function. It just looks like a gigantic like needle or the thing you put on your thumb like a thimble, but it was just this huge thing, and I guess they used that for agricultural reasons. So if you're connecting it to that, I could understand you using it as a calendar when to plant, when to
Yeah.
Industrial revolution sort of stuff, of the ancient people, so that way they can plant and survive.
Yeah, because I mean, before that they had 13 months in a year, and then they changed it to 12. The Anunnaki did, and that's how. I mean, literally, the Book of Enoch reads. You can read it out, and it tells you each what one and when the equinox is, all based off of what they call the gates, and in that pattern. So It's pretty clever.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how, like I've listened to you and been a part of you for 2 years now or so, and I've watched you, and I like how you're going towards religion for information. Like I think you came from a more forgive me, atheist point of view, and I think I had a little bit more religious background, and we kind of ended up in the same realm where we're just going like, yeah, that's something's wrong here. It doesn't all add up, you know.
Yeah,
I, I'd,
yeah,
I'd I'd still like to and I don't want to warp anyone's mindset or anything like that, but I'm like, I half want to believe that just like we have AI now, just like we have the connectivity over the, planet, we're all, we can all communicate with each other. I feel like it's like the spice trade, like we had these lines, these communication, this thing, and maybe we had like the greatest collection of people of, religious scholars, the popes, like the bishop people, from all the different religions came together and wrote the Bible. And I'm hoping like the Bible's just the best interpretation of all the stories that they could put together. You know what I mean? Like it may not be the exact copy, but like if you read the story and then you read the same story in a different religion, you get the same concept. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like that's kind of like, and I hate to tell you this because I'd like to see you use that towards your religious people, because you can't really disprove what I said. You know what I mean? I'm like, it makes good theory and it still keeps them involved. And then we could still learn stuff from them and what the religious people from different religions bring to the table, because as their stories start matching each other, you know what I mean? That's, you can only go so far back in history and you hit a religion. You know what I mean? You can only go far back in governance and you hit a religion, and in vice versa. So much in governance, you hit a religion that started it.
Mm. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. I was just thinking of one of the creation stories where they was talking about the turtles. But in the Anunnakis, certainly in the cylinder seals, they have turtles play a prominent part. Again, as you say, going back to what you were talking about with the religion side, if they're trying to do their best they can, same as the people that said that the universe is on the back of a turtle. Again, whatever, I can't remember what culture that is, but again, they would have tried their best at giving what was
Yeah,
available
yeah.
to them.
No, I like the my thing is like the Adam and Eve story, like you were just saying, like where does Lilith fit in? Where does where does a story begin? You know what I mean? Like, who's the father of who? You got Zeus, Thor, Odin, the rest of them, you know what I mean? But then you got the whole chicken and egg thing, and I think that's what the primordial cow and like Yanmar of like the Norse mythology is. Like, Yanmar is this giant beast that was born out of the primordial void, and then you have this like cow-like bull creature that licked it free. You know what I mean? I'm going, that's the creation of the universe. And then you start working your way down to Odin and the rest of them. You know what I mean? I'm like, and they are the gods, but there was something before. And I think that's like, it's misinterpreted is a chicken and egg story of, these people showed up and told us what our universe is, but they were trying to explain where it came from. Like you were just saying, like God created it in 7 days, but then these people showed up and said, it was already here. Here's where you
Yeah,
came from,
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's also hard because Hebrew, Sumerian language is a language on its own. There's no derivative from the Sumerian language. So when someone was trying to copy that, even to this day, we have people that, like I've said a few times, I've read out different translations of different things from the same tablets by different people. So when you've got, Hebrew and then English trying to copy Hebrew, it does get a bit mixed up along the line.
Yeah, I think it's even more mixed up. Yeah, I spoke with you one time when you actually did this, and I told you the same thing. I'm like, you're my guy I want to have a beer with. You know what I mean? You're that dude. Like I'll fly to the other side of the planet just to sit in a pub and pick your brain. It's awesome.
Bless you.
But
Yeah, I remember you saying that. I do.
yeah, man, the concept is I thought like the Egyptian people, like where they have like the orb over its head, like you have the orb represents something, and then you have Jesus has the halo. You know what I mean? But that symbol represents something that's being misinterpreted, and I think it's something to do with like a half god or a godlike ability or a third eye. You know what I mean? I'm like, it's just not being interpreted properly, because we may be going back from Hebrew to Sumerian or the Anunnaki's text, but there's something that predates that, and it's basically like, pictures, you know what I mean? And anybody that's an artist understands you can interpret that image in 10 different ways, you know what I mean? But unless you have someone numpty like us staring at it, you know what I mean, without the, brainwashing you get from a college professor telling you it means this, you get to actually put your education, your skill, your thought behind it to interpret it correctly,
I know you're spot on, because I was emptying my mum's house out the other day, and I come across a couple of different Bibles, small ones, large ones, etc. And I started flicking through them, and most of the Bible was someone's writing, telling me or telling the reader what it is that they are about to expect in the writing from the from the scriptures, or whatever you want to call it. And so it's basically telling you before you even read it what you have to believe. And so going back to what you just said there, if you could read it on your own and make your own interpretations up, then you might come different to what they want you to read it as.
I've been having fun politely connecting multiple religions, multiple stories, talking to different religions and actually trying to experience the same story written in 2 different books. And I think it's amazing the connections that you end up getting in that path. I mean, I know it's a little bit of a waste in time, and you basically went straight to the, here's where it started. Here's where you went wrong to begin with. And I'm going halfway into the math,
Oh, I would love to hear your research on, the connections between the different religions, because obviously, it would, if you can point the connections, then that shows that it hopefully all goes back to the one point instead of different.
We need one more pitcher of beer so that way we can get there, because all I got right now is that primordial cow, and I'm going, all right, so we got this cow that created the universe, and we have the, this religion that still does this with cows, and I'm going, the cow doesn't represent this. The cow represents the original mother, the grandmother, could you, and to each, I don't know what you would say, like to each place where they're at, they're going to use the animal that represents the greatest mother within their continent, within their land. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you have like the, the South American people that basically they have like the Olmec calendars and stuff, but like a tadpole, a stingray, and a duck all mean small body of water. You know what I mean? It doesn't represent the duck, the this, you know what I mean? And if you wanted like a pond, you know what I mean? You're having to use a tadpole of this and a little fish, you know what I mean? But it's the same concept, and you have to amplify that forward throughout the whole thing, And where you go ancient alien, the rest of it, I'm going, logs float. The Native Americans, chiseled their words and their pictures in the trees. You could have just yeeted that into the ocean and shared the knowledge around the world. You know what I mean? People are missing a lot of stuff, and I've been watching way too much Rick and Morty, and I basically think we're all asleep, or there's different levels of consciousness that we don't quite understand.
There's an old saying that the more, certainly in the paranormal field, the more you learn, the less you know. And it's
That's for sure. Yeah. No, I can understand that. I love your orb thing. Like, I'd like to believe that people can see an orb occasionally, but that guy is seeing way too many. I'd want to go in his house with a Geiger counter and make sure he's safe first. You know what I mean? I'm like, I got a scientific point of view here. I'm like, Grandma left you a butter dish that's radioactive. We need to get that out of the house, But one or two, maybe they're powering up, maybe they're recharging. I don't know what power source those orbs use, but
that's brilliant.
let's hope. But with the orb thing, do you actually know about the zinc spark?
I've not heard that term.
If you Google it or go on YouTube, I think they might still have it, but I guess in like the 60s and 70s, they would take multiple eggs from a woman, and they were trying to make a petri dish baby. You gotta forgive me, I'm brutally but they would actually check on the camera to see which spark was the brightest. When the sperm meets the egg, it would actually emit a spark.
Yes, I have heard of that. I didn't know the name.
Scientifically, they would only implant the brightest sparks, and it was the best chance that surgeon had of getting, that child. But I'm like, what is that? You know what I mean? I'm like, they blame it as just a chemical reaction, but I still think that's maybe like that's when the soul meets the body. That's your orb. That's the thing. You know what I mean? I'm like, Could be. You can't disprove it.
No, no, no. Yeah, no. And it probably needs more investigation, as you say. It's that spark needs to be.
I don't think we can. There's just some information that's
Yeah.
not going to be shared.
Uh,
You know,
yeah.
that may just be one of them. You know, free electricity. The rest of the stuff, what you're talking about with these people, the I don't know. It's like I was saying. Do you see any point in history where they're actually trying to explain a different force? You know what I mean? Like, you know, I'm talking like not like strong and weak, nuclear force, magnetic, you know, gravitational. Is there anything cool that amplifies that in there? I've never seen you break down like just the basic sciences,
Um.
right?
No, but obviously things like Skinwalker Ranch, not necessarily the program, but there is phenomenons on the planet. So that they've probably been here for a very long time. So yes, there probably is phenomenon that predates obviously the Anunnaki, but not everyone was here enough to be able to write it down for us or let us know. And the
Yeah.
government certainly not going to let us know. I mean, have you been watching the Skinwalker Ranch show?
I can't get the wife to get into it, so no, I'm not allowed to.
Oh, oh man! All right, well, time for a new wife. But it's a brilliant.
No,
I love the program.
I can't do
Um,
any better than this one. I literally, I'm just a normal car guy, and I kept paying for her to go to school, and she kept advancing herself. And I spoke with you and text you and stuff, and she's got a doctorate in public health, and I can't post things, I can't say things because it's just we're at that level where anything I say or do can affect us, and we can get in trouble. So, you know, to you, your family, your fans, I'll just tell you the wife's got everyone going back to the basics, and go back to your basics with your, normal vitamins, normal stuff. Take your Celtic salt and, keep your immune system up and maybe throw in some fermented vegetables. And that's from the doc,
fair
can't,
enough.
I can't elaborate on it more than that without getting in trouble.
No, I hear what you're saying. I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Skinwalker Ranch, just what I've got here is amazing, and I genuinely believe. I know there's people out there that say it's all set up, but they've spoiler alert. They've got to a point where they believe there is certainly a dimensional portal in a place they call the Triangle, and they've also caught a time slip by a quarter of a second, which is the only place on Earth that's ever done that they're aware of. So it's fascinating.
Yeah. No, I love that stuff. It's very intriguing, but I go back to my, consciousness. I think there's just different levels of consciousness that we're not aware of. Maybe these aliens exist. Maybe these people are around us. Maybe they're just, people that can connect deeper into their consciousness and affect the ether and or whatever around us,
Yeah, I mean, we're technically the new kids on the block, aren't we? So
Yeah, for sure. Do
imagine,
you watch Rick and Morty?
imagine. I don't actually.
No.
I don't. To be honest, is it a cartoon? I don't even know what it is. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a stupid cartoon, but they get in a fight. The grandpa's like, rocket scientist, crazy guy. He's basically a god. He's one of the Sumerian gods for sure. And he shows up and he's sleeping at night, but he programs his subconscious to do crunches because he wants abs. So
Huh.
he's got a machine that can program your subconscious to do what you want. So the boy wants abs like grandpa. The daughter wants to learn Spanish. The other, his daughter wants to learn how to play the trombone and stuff, but they have the night people. And I watched this and I'm sitting here doing dishes and I'm going, I wish I could assign this stupid, simple task to my
Yeah.
subconscious so I could do dishes while I'm sleeping. And then I'm realizing, I'm like, oh my God, my whole existence is that same damn thing. I'm the, the AI that's running this program. So that way my subconscious can go explore the, limitless universe when you're sleeping. You can go anywhere, do anything, see everything.
That's a good way of looking at it, I guess. Looking at it from your point, yeah.
Don't dabble too deep into it. Just I might have just picked it up from Rick and Morty. I don't know.
That's clever. No, I might give it a go.
But I believe like that's part of the process, though. I think like through our evolution, like I don't know where they made us in his image, that sort of stuff. I don't know where that, that brain power comes from. That stuff comes from. That's the part that I'm trying to explore and see.
Well, I mean, we're at the stage where we can, choose the genetics of a child almost. So before it's born. So give us another 100 years, we'll be certainly, fusing chromosomes of people so that we can get exactly what we want. Smarter people or whatever we need.
Well, I don't want to hold you up too long. I appreciate it. I had my beer. I'm grateful for talking to you, brother.
Oh, bless you. Thank you very much.
I hope you and your family are having a great day. All the
Oh,
health in the world. Kidding me?
thank you. Take care. Thank you.
Have a great night, everyone.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Okay. Nice people tonight. I'm gonna. Manda's been waiting longer than Paul, so I'm gonna get Manda on if she's okay to do that. Forgive me if you're not a she. It's just I'm old-fashioned. I look at you. Sorry. Hi, Amanda.
How's you doing?
Okay. How are you?
Doing all right. Interesting times we're living in.
Yeah. Sadly. Yeah.
Sadly, you think it's
Yeah.
sad? Is it looking that dire?
Yeah. I don't want to go into it, but yeah, it does. I mean, just yeah.
We're just gonna look away. We're gonna close our eyes and look away. Um, I don't know. Personally, I'm having fun with it, but
Oh, good. Good. Where are you from?
I'm from South Florida.
Oh, cool. Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Weather nicer?
Sometimes. I mean, it's better than it is in some other places, I guess, but the traffic is awful, so you gotta like pick your poison type thing.
I'm near London. We got bad weather and bad traffic, and we're getting charged
Oh,
now
that
for
sounds
drive on the
terrible.
road. Yeah.
But you do have Doctor Who, so there's that. Um, yeah, no, there's been. So, how are you feeling about this whole UPA congressional
Disclosure.
hearing, like disclosure? How do you feel about all of this that's happening right now, personally?
I think it's great. I think it's too late. Personally, I know it sounds really bad, but I think the powers that be. There's I hate saying this, but there is an agenda. There really is an agenda for 2030, and I think we're too late now. And I think whatever happens between now and 2030, we're not going to get. Even if we get told it, we're probably not going to be around after 2031. I'm praying I'm wrong, but there's people back in the 80s, with evidence showing Jesse Ventura come across people that said exactly what's going to happen is now happening. Remote viewers have said it. Phil Schneider's said it. There's too many people back in the 80s saying that there's an agenda for 2030. So, but yeah, so going back to your question, it's nice. It's going to take a long time for anything to come out properly. I mean, I know they're trying to push it, but they're just going to get stonewalled. They'll get the whistleblowers talking to them as they are now, and the whistleblowers will say, well, this government department or the Bigelow Aerospace or Lockheed Skunk Works or whatever, and then they'll ask for freedom of information, and then they'll get redacted letters, and then they'll say, well, can we go and look at your premises? And of course, they won't realise that they've got underground bases that make these craft, and they'll only show them the top view. So they're going to be stalled for a very long time. There's no way these government departments, as well as third party companies, are going to let them anywhere near the technologies that they've got.
And
So I don't. Yeah, sorry.
and when you say them, you mean like you mean Congress or the people
Yeah,
or the
Congress.
press?
Yeah, no normal people, Congress, and no one that's already involved in it is going to get anywhere near because it's the second they get near, free energy or technologies that can clone people, or take the spirit out of one person and transfer it to another, which apparently they have got the technologies to do that kind of things. There'll be uproar. They'll be like, well, ethics, and you've got free energy. Why are we, getting charged to drive on roads when we could just, have the energy free of charge? And there's no way they're going to relinquish their hold on us. I mean, they're trying to tighten their grip now with 15-minute cities and cashless societies, etc., so that they've got a long hold grip on us. There's no way they're going to give that up by saying, well, actually, here's alien tech. We're going to start, implement it in your houses. They're not going to do that. I wouldn't if I
Yeah,
was
I
them.
keep coming back to the same thing that I'm wondering, and I think it when I'm listening to political debates, and I think it when I'm thinking about this issue with energy, with this technology that we could be using to basically have free energy, like you're saying, to fix these problems. Those people that obviously, I mean, they're obviously people that are profiting off of these things, gas and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But who are those people specifically? I mean, would there be any way for the rest of the human race to, I don't know, get rid of that problem, Because that's the source of everything right now. All of our issues come from, or not all, but most of our issues come from like the same source.
Yeah.
So
So,
what are
so the
our
old.
odds of, Mhm.
Sorry, go on. Go on. Sorry.
Oh no, so what are our odds of figuring out exactly, where we need to be directing our attention and actually doing that in maybe enough time to sort this all out?
Well, we know. Well, back in the day, there was 13 families that apparently run the planet. Rothschilds, and there's you just Google it and you can see the list of the people. And those people are in charge of the banks, in charge of pharmaceutical, petrol, education, but basically everything that we need, they're in charge of. And they're not really gonna give that up without a fight. And so when all this banking stuff, with the digital money, that's not, our local bank saying, oh, that would be good if we all switch to digital. That's from the high up 13 families when they have their meetings about what's going to happen, for the next X amount of years with the Bilderberg groups, that type of thing. And they have these meetings and they plan ahead. It's always been a long-term game to have a one world government. I mean, you've probably heard that many a time before. And
Of
that's
course.
their end goal. So I don't think
So
we're
then if
going to
it's these
win.
13 families, couldn't we just cut them off? I mean, as a society, there's so many of us. Couldn't we just collectively cut them off? I know that there's the whole thing of they own everything, so then you have to worry about the employment issues, but then couldn't you just rehead these corporations, with you, I don't know. I don't know exactly how that would work, but I imagine there would be some way to go about doing that. And then if that's what's keeping us in investing in free energy, then that we can just do that and
I,
then look more into this energy that we need and then go from there in fixing all of our issues, because it seems like that would be the thing that would.
I'm 100% behind you. I've gone down that train of thought myself on, okay, let's just say the banks say no to to their bosses, and their bosses say no to their bosses and everything else, and everyone keeps saying no. The problem I keep coming across is someone will say yes to their overall boss, and they'll say, I'm just doing my job. We've that's been proven in the past with world wars where army people were, pushing people into camps and just saying, sorry, I'm just doing my job. Instead of saying, hang on a minute, this is wrong. So we've got people out there that will just continuously wear masks even when they don't have to anymore. These are the people that's going to cause us the problems, and they won't, they'll just do their job, and we'll get stuck because those people are there causing us the problem without even realizing they're doing it.
I mean, I see what you're saying, and that is in all likelihood a thing that could happen. I still think, given the fact that our other alternative is inevitable destruction and collapse, that it's still worth a try. You know what I mean? I
Oh,
still
I
feel like
agree.
it's
Yeah,
worth a try.
yeah,
You know, we
I
don't
do.
have a lot of options here.
No, I mean I've put little videos up trying to hint, how best to do it. You would, because they've got these underground cities that are all connected with maglev trains, and I mean proper cities are massive. The moment one of them accidentally, when I say accidentally, you know what I'm on about, is no longer here, the others are just going to scurry underneath and lock themselves in, and that's them safe. So the only way we would be able to do it would be a coordinated event that had all of them main families no longer here.
Do they have to not be here though? Because I've thought that too. Like, I think the thought was initially we could just off them, but then I was like, nah, Amanda, that's not you. So like, we can just take all their power away from them, take all their like, make sure that
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, I
because they're the very top person of, for example, of each bank could turn around and say, right, I'm not doing whatever the families say. Now the families may threaten them or whatever, but let's imagine they don't. The 13 families don't know how to run banks, don't know how to run TV stations, don't know how to run pharmaceutical companies or anything. So that would it. They would stop right there and then because they wouldn't know what to do. So the best they would do is then pay people to threaten the people at the top to say do this. So it's
I think people do. I mean, the people at the top at this point have so many people under them doing all these things for them that I imagine the systems basically would work on their own without those people.
possibly, yeah. But you've
I
got to
mean,
get
people are
again.
incredibly capable, and I think one of the biggest problems that we have is we don't have enough faith in ourselves that we could, that's why when you talk about things being better, possibly, everybody's like, oh, that's naive. It's not possible. You're living in another world. It's like, yeah, I'm intentionally putting it out there that it's possible, and through that, it may become possible. And I say that, but you know what? I think I may just be a little into Bashir right now, so that's a whole other thing.
No, I'm totally with you. I wish, yeah. Basically, we need some heroes out there that will stand up and say no. I mean, we've got a thing over here in the UK where it's our government's now trying to extend an area. Really, it's just a cash cow. They're just doing it. They're saying it's climate, but or to do with our cars, whether or not they let off emissions, but it's really nothing to do with that. There's evidence to prove there's nothing to do with that, but they're just doing it, and they're basically squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. But there are heroes out there that are actually going around cutting down these cameras off of these poles so that they can't track the number plates and find people for driving around. So there are still heroes out there, but I think we need a lot more of them.
I like that. And I like the idea of pushing that you can, in fact, make those small changes. Because en masse, if enough people did, it could change things for the better. Again, assuming that everything doesn't collapse within the next 8 years or so. But, and I hope it doesn't. Although, again, like the deeper and deeper I looked into it, and I've always been into this line of just trying to figure out what's exactly going on and is it fixable, those types of things. In this last year, I want to say it's been more directed towards ancient civilizations and technology, and I think this last 6 months I started like really looking into what Stephen Greer was doing and listening to why can't I remember anybody's names right now? I'm not good at name listing. I do not name drop typically, but listening to all of these things, and what's interesting is so much of it seems to be saying the same thing ultimately about how this all works, and then this information comes out. I have a question. Actually, have you seen that alien interview from 1967, or the interview with the extraterrestrial? And do you think that that's legit? I've been
Which the
seriously
one
wondering about this.
is that the one where he's sitting at a table and he starts coughing and two people come round and open his mouth and pretend that they're looking into his mouth from behind him? Is that the same one?
I didn't see that part of it. I believe I may have seen like a clip of maybe a longer video, because I did see it on TikTok, if I'm being honest. I guess I could look it up. That'll probably be my next step. But it's essentially where, at least where I started off, they were asking him, um, they were asking him where he's from, and he said Earth, and he was telling them that it was the truth. He was from Earth.
Oh, is
Um,
that the one with the voice that's like, I'm from Earth?
Yeah,
Is it?
like I'm from Earth. We're evolutionary descendants of the
It's,
human race type of thing. You know what I mean? And that all of everything's existing all at once, and that they're coming here for information because we destroy ourselves with nuclear warfare.
yeah, unfortunately that's fake. I mean,
Ah,
straight away off the bat, they don't have vocal cords like we do. For example, the Zetas chirp. They make sort of almost like bird sounds, so we know that. The Orion Greys don't talk whatsoever. They use telepathic, and the size of the one you're talking about is about 6 foot, and of course the little Greys are only 3 foot, 3 to 4 foot. So lots of reasons, and also the black
gotcha.
background. They use black background because you can't. There's no distinguishing features. And if you do ever see people, they're in masks. It's the same as the alien autopsy that Ray Santilli did, where he made sure no one was seen. That kind of thing. You don't have a big light on someone when you're interviewing them, because the argument was that the alien doesn't like bright light. That's why the background's darked out. However, you've got a bright light shining right above them and from underneath, lit a bit like a film set. So yeah, this I could go on, but it's fake.
I really, oh, it's like incredible that humans are capable of doing all the things that we're capable of doing, but now it's so hard. Like you really, really, really have to dig into something to even potentially have an idea of whether or not something is real or fake anymore.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I'm into films and I do special effects and stuff, so I kind of get an idea whether something's right just by where the camera's positioned and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, for normal people that's not into films, then it's probably very easy just to fall for these things.
Yeah, I mean, I think because we know everything's difficult to fake, most people would look at that and be pretty skeptical of it, and that was no different. But I will admit, a lot of the general content of what this, fake alien was saying actually made a lot of sense to me, and was in fact kind of how I thought everything might have been before I saw it. So I guess maybe it's just that thing of seeing something that could potentially confirm your own belief, and then being like, oh yeah, see, it's a real thing.
Yeah,
Guilty.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I hear you. And then there's loads of those kind of videos out there. There's another one called Skinny Bob that supposedly the Russian KGB, or I think it was, filmed. But he's wearing a suit that's very loose, and if you know anything about alien greys, again another 6 foot of grey, which is crazy. But if you know anything about them, you know that they all wear skin tight clothes. Every single one of them does. So you wouldn't even know that they're wearing clothes. That's how tight it is. So when you're looking at Skinny Bob, which is what it's been dubbed, and he's wearing, basically normal type clothes, but yeah, no.
I've heard that there were actually, and again, I'm never sure, but I have also heard though that there are a number of different kinds of greys. Is that not true?
Yeah, there is supposedly possibly up to 80 greys, but the tallest greys are still about 4 foot. Otherwise, you end up with what they call the tall whites. So
Mm.
anything that you're looking at, there's like the one sitting down, for example, that has these people and it coughs. That's a 6 foot alien, basically someone in a costume. So yeah, I've never heard of a 6 foot grey alien. I've heard of the tall whites. I'm not saying there isn't 6 foot greys, but I've not heard of them.
Okay. So do you think extraterrestrial travel or these extraterrestrial beings are coming from like other planets in the universe and beyond in our own, you know what I mean? Or do you believe it's interdimensional as a
So we've
lot
got
of theories are
Yeah, I
coming
know.
out on.
Yeah, so basically, we have planets. We know we've got planets. We can see planets. So it would be stupid for us to suddenly dismiss, which people do. They totally dismiss the other planets that we can physically see, and then they go straight with the interdimensional, which we have no evidence of whatsoever. So we've got evidence of planets, but no evidence of interdimensional. So from the logic point, plus also where the main 8 groups of aliens come from, we know Zeta Reticuli, Draconis star system, Pleiades star system, Orion. So we kind of know where the main groups that we're aware of come from, and they come from our universe, our solar systems. So we know where they are. That's not to say there isn't interdimensional. I'm just saying that I believe that obviously the ones that we know where they come from are from planets that we can see, but there is possibly interdimensional ones. I mean, the first stories that you hear are from the original nuke test back in Roswell, which is interesting that the Roswell crash happened a few years later, but the actual first nuke test was in Roswell, and supposedly it opened a tear in time and space, which allowed interdimensional beings to come through. That's a story. I don't know whether that's true or not. So, and from that, obviously, interdimensional beings are now interested in what we're doing. When you actually watch some of the NASA footage, I know people say NASA lies, but there's some footage out there of the tether. I don't know if you've seen that 12 or 13-mile long tether that gets broken off one of the actual International Space Station parts, and it floats off into space. And suddenly, all these circles just come from nowhere. They're just sort of just appear. So, are they interdimensional? Possibly. So, yeah, I do think there's possibly interdimensional creatures, but obviously, our main ones that we know where they come from, I think they come from planets.
You bring up a good point in that people do dismiss the possibilities once they hear of it being possibly interdimensional, that they just dismiss that it could just be extraterrestrial from other planets or at all from, that source. Because it would make sense to me mostly that it would be both. And maybe, again, because I watch a lot of television, I will admit, I have considered that may be why my mind might be like, let's do this. But no, it would make the most logical sense that it could be both, because once you start opening your mind to the fact that there are limitless possibilities, I mean, limitless does in fact mean limitless. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I
think
mean, if
both
we're
should be
on our
explored.
planet, on our universe, I don't know why people don't think that, I have had on my lives people say that no aliens are from, our universe, they're all interdimensional. I'm like, but we're here. Yeah.
It's so cool. Well, I'm probably gonna hop off, but yeah, this is one of the better lives that I've ever witnessed or been a part of. So thank you. I like that you've got some fantastic ideas and
Well, thank you. It's all to do with
keep
the
good
guests
conversation.
and the people that's listening. That's I owe it to them and yourself, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, lovely. Thank you very much. I have no idea how to get rid of you, so I'm afraid you have to figure it
Yeah,
out.
no, I also have that issue when I'm working with this. All right. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. Oh, what a lovely lady. Um, so yeah, that's wow, what a day. Some fantastic people tonight, and I don't think anyone's got muted, which is probably good because I've not been talking about Bible stuff. So I'm just looking at the time now, and last night, my boy didn't go to bed till Christ knows what time, midnight or something. Uh, um, Someone got told off. It says, I'm just reading Ghost Hunters wrote to Jane, sorry I won't swear anymore. Yeah, I try not to swear. I'll just read in Jane's wrote, please don't swear, use another word. Yeah, I try because I have actually had someone say that I was about 12 years old listening once. And, that stuck in my head because I have no idea how old people are. I assume they're old, but 12-year-old might be interested in this sort of stuff. So I just figured, we'll try and keep it friendly. That's why I try and filter what I say as well. So I'm probably going to shoot now. A couple of reasons. One is, and it's interesting. One is because last night's live I couldn't download because it was too long. So I couldn't put that on YouTube or anything. But this one, I'm hoping if I cut it off now, I'll be able to download it and put it on Spotify. Also, don't forget I have a website which has got all the videos on TikTok are on there. So you can just go to outruehistory.co.uk. So my name at the top, outruehistory.co.uk. Also have a Patreon page which has loads of videos that you don't see on my TikTok stroke website. Ones that, the new one that's coming out probably Monday will be proof of dinosaurs really did exist. I know you're going to say, well, we don't need a video to show that, but I genuinely get people saying they're either giant bones from giants, in which case, what's the point in hiding giants and turning them into anyway. But so I do a whole video. I'm editing it at the moment on proving that. In fact, there's a video done by a guy called Eric DeBay who literally says on his video that I've debunked evolution. That's him saying he's debunked evolution. Oh, you know me, you know me. So I've put a snippet of his video in there. And unfortunately, this is whoever Eric DeBay is. I think I've heard his name before. I'm going to destroy him with Hawaii. It's so easy to do. So easy, because he's basically saying that God created everything. But obviously I'm going to show other evidence as well that evolution is correct. And then I'm also showing in the video that it's not a chicken, it's not a factory in China, which, trust me, I had someone the other day saying on one of my posts that dinosaurs bones are made by a factory in China. And I said, oh, when was this factory, when was this date of incorporation into this factory? It was only like 60 years ago or something. And I was like, so when people were finding dinosaur bones 200 years ago, where's the you get where I'm going with that. And there's so much more in this dinosaur video. You know me. I go off on a little tangent, but hopefully it's interesting. So that'll be on my Patreon page soon, and also coming on my Patreon page probably won't be this week. Now it'll probably be next week. Is the video that we're all been waiting for? If you're interested in it, is the Book of Revelation, where I show word for word some of the Sumerian texts. So in other words, you hopefully, just like my Jesus one, where no one's actually, touched wood, I haven't looked yet, but touch wood, no one's debunked me on that. It's quite easy to debunk me if I'm wrong. You could just say, well, that's wrong or whatever, but no one does. So hopefully with this new one as well, Book of Revelations, you'll see that at least two of the events have already happened, and one of the events, in other words, the book's not what you think it is. And I can do this because I can look at the older text and say that's actually that. I don't sound big-headed. If you did the same, you'd work it out. But not many people do what I do, so that's why I guess someone has to, and that's why it's going to be an amazing video. And that will again be on my Patreon page. So forgive me, but it's a couple of quid. So you can go on there, pay a couple of quid, cancel the subscription, and then just sit for a month. You'll have a month for a couple of quid to watch all these excellent videos. I have to say excellent because I've done them. So that's pretty much it. But I will do this again because tonight was amazing, and it stops me talking all night myself. And it's really nice to see other people's points of view, etc. So I'm very glad I did this. Normally it's been a car crash when I've allowed people on, and I'm kind of regret it. But tonight's proved to me. Oh, thank you, especially yes you are, who's just gave me a rose. Having people like you on is phenomenal. I used to, before I did TikTok, I've been doing this for 40 years. I used to write to people way back in another life. I used to write to people that have had alien abductions and ask them questions and things like that. So I've got out of that because obviously, even though we've got internet now, I've kind of do work and come home and whatnot. But so allowing people on to these chats is going to be just like I used to do, where I used to talk to people. I did contact. There was a medium. I have a feeling they weren't very good. There was on TikTok. I'm not going to say their names because I can't actually remember. But there was this medium, and he was going on, waffling on, whatever. Great. So I sent him a message saying, look, if you want, because he didn't have many followers, and I felt sorry. And I said, look, if you want, come on one of my lives, and hopefully it might help. And if you've got good information, let everyone know, and we'll try and help you. But he didn't ever get back to me, because that makes me worry. Not saying he should, but that just made me worry, because he's there pushing himself, and yet someone's offered to, for an hour or two just to go live, which is what he already does on my channel, just to help him. And he's not got back to me, so I don't know. But it would be nice to do some lives with some mediums, because I used to pay mediums and spiritualists, etc. I used to have a long list, I don't know, probably about 70 questions. What happens if, you know what I'm like, so it would be, what happens if a spirit doesn't contact you? Where is the spirit? Does it mean he's da-da-da-da? And all these questions, what about animals? What about orbs? What about, heaven, hell? All these questions. And I used to ask the same questions to different mediums and clairvoyants, which is why I could collate the information, certainly for my own use back then. So yeah, it would be nice to get some more people on these lives now, as well as you guys as well. Mustn't forget you guys. So Paul, sorry I didn't get to you tonight, but I will next time I do it. I know Kerry's right. Oh no, Paul's been waiting. I know. I'm sorry. Sorry. I will come. You'll be the main one next time. Sorry, Paul. I know we chat offline as well, but you'll definitely be next time. Sorry. Everyone's saying sorry to Paul. I'm sorry. I feel bad now. It's just I've got to get my boy to bed, because he really did stay up till I think 1 or 2 last night, and that was really bad of me. As a single parent, I should really have more responsibilities. And my other daughter just stays on her computer until 2 or 3 in the morning, so it has to be me that sorts it out. Brown Eyes has wrote, cool, I'm watching the one about Jesus now. Excellent. I'd be interested to know your thoughts. Any thoughts whatsoever, even if you don't like it, just let me know. I'd be very interested. At the time of talking, no one's actually said anything. I'm just going down all the way to the bottom here. Alfredo's wrote, it was never going to be a car crash because I was involved. Thank you, Alfredo. Cats wrote, can ghosts see aliens? Yes. Absolutely, yeah. And that's from Major Ed Dames. I don't know if you know who he is. He's one of the people that actually teaches for the military how to remote view. I won't bore you with the details, but yes, he's basically said that they work with the spirits, and they also can see someone when they're out of body doing a remote view, which is pretty interesting. So they can certainly see a different range than what we can see. Just run down. Paul, I was late to the live, so I jumped on when Pegasus was chatting. It was a busy day. Oh, sorry, Paul. Oh, sorry. I will do it again, Paul. Don't worry. Next time you'll be on. I feel so bad. You know what I'm like. I do feel bad for people. Skip Traces wrote, hope you're well. Skip to Grace, sorry, has wrote, hope you're well. If that's for me, yes, I'm well. My leg's gone numb now, actually, sitting here for this long. Carmen's wrote, hi from Canada, Nova Scotia. I pronounced that correctly, because I watch a lot of American movies. Sorry, my pronunciation's normally crap, trying to read something like Scotia. If I didn't watch movies, I would have probably said Nova Scotia. I really would have. That's how bad I am. Yeah, Clark loves it when I go like. Funny enough, Alfredo, while you was talking, the little buggers came out twice, nicked some cake, actually took cake out of a bloody box that hadn't been eaten, cut it, and I have no idea what size he's got. And then he went for the milk. So yes, he loves it. I was trying to stop him, but say Psychiatric has wrote aliens are not real. The problem with that is as soon as we land on another planet, aliens are real because we're now aliens. You can't have it both ways. You could say, well, we're not aliens, even though we would be aliens. You see my point. So if we can be aliens, then aliens can be aliens. Sassy's wrote, I remote view. I would love to have you on next time if you've got the followers. You need 100,000 followers, sorry, to be able to do a live. But if you can, I'd love to chat to you. JCJ has wrote, I watched it. I'm inclined to agree, although, and an alternative is Mary got pregnant, be an affair with a Roman soldier. I had heard that. Back in the 90s, mid 90s, that Mary had an illegitimate affair with a Roman centurion, is what I heard. But me being me, I tried to find any kind of evidence of that, and there was none. So it's not to say it's not the case, but when you then add, well, did Jesus really do miracles? Where did, if he was the son of a Roman centurion, where would he have got the miracles from? Then you'd have to say, well, then that's made up in the Bible. Or if you go along with my video where I say who Jesus' father was, you could say, well, either his dad helped him or he gave him tech, which kind of makes sense because when you look at the buildings that they can do that we can't do, and they can fly around in ships, then having, a tricorder, for example, to help someone that's blind, an injection here, or tablets or whatever it is they would use to cure someone, and they did cure people. I've read out tablets. In fact, Horace, which his original name was Horan, was cured. He got bitten by a snake. So yeah, basically they can cure people. The Anunnaki. Black Cat has wrote, I saw a black triangle and I swear they knew I was watching. Chances are it's probably an American one. When I say American, made by humans. Normally the triangle ones are. I'm not saying every single triangle, but normally the triangle ones are. Would they be watching you? More than likely, yes. If the triangles have got the same facility as the disc-shaped ones, where they can actually see through the bottom of the craft, even though the bottom's there, it's like a whole view screen, and they can zoom in, then they probably could see you. Michelle Smith has wrote, who can see that? I'm not sure what I was talking about when you wrote that. I'm so sorry. Paul's wrote, don't feel bad, really. Now I feel bad. Yeah, Paul. We're both going to feel bad together. I'll do another live soon, and I will make sure I let you know when I'm on. Apple Boy has wrote, do you believe in jinn, Arabian demons? They are real. I do believe, yes, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth literally talk about it. However, I'm the only person that's worked that out. Don't believe me? Go watch my Patreon page video on who the jinn were. But yes, I do believe there is. If I believe that there's light energy beings, which are the orbs, then I believe there's another version of that are not as nice as we would like them to be. To them, they're probably not evil. They're just doing what they do. But to us, it comes across evil. Marilyn's wrote, so have you content on orbs? I do. The best thing to do, sorry to say this, but if you watch, there's a video documentary that I made using my knowledge and resources, etc., on my Patreon page. I know I keep going on about it, but it's a couple of quid, but there's a 3-hour documentary called Everything You Need to Know About Spirits, and it covers the jinn, covers reincarnation, covers near-death experiences, cover orbs the whole way through, because obviously everything is an orb, covers where they come from. I point to the evidence. I don't just make up where they come from. I go by something. I won't just sit there and make it up. So I know I keep talking about the Patreon page, but there's some damn good stuff there that no one else has done. Videos that you'll get answers to that nowhere else has come close to. I know it does really sound big. I know it does. Gav Stokes has wrote, hi from Ireland. Hi there. Top of the morning to you, even though it's not. Sorry, I had to say it. But nice of you to join. Alfredo's wrote, I know I could hear him in the background. Yeah, he was a little bugger, wasn't he? I'm gonna see how much cake he's took. Saz, I don't normally have cake. I ordered it on Tesco shop just before I did the live. Sazzy's wrote, I do have them indeed. I can't remember what that was. Was that orbs or was that? I'm not sure. Sorry, 'cause I'm just trying to be quick now, and as quick as I am, people's putting more questions up. Say Kayatic has wrote, how are we alien? We're part alien. We have. If you go by Sherry, my battery's just popped up. If you go by Sherry's comment, she seems to think the Anunnaki were Homo sapien. I mean, that's a genius idea. I'm kind of upset I didn't think of it. But why not? Because if we used hominid such as Neanderthal, which is why we've got Neanderthal DNA in us, more so than Homo erectus, even though people say black people don't have Neanderthal DNA, Princeton University has now said they do. So instead of us being Homo sapien, we would be called Neanderthal-ish. You know, a second, like we've got Homo sapiens sapien is a newer version of the Homo sapien, or modern man as it's called. We would technically be called Neanderthal, for example, because we would have been an updated version of that. But we're not. We're called Homo sapien, which is a new branch that suddenly appeared, which is why we've got missing link. So if you go by Sherry, who's one of my friends, I call her a friend, on TikTok, she's a paleontologist or something. Her thought is, what if the Anunnaki's race, even though they're called gods, same as we're humans, was Homo sapien? That would explain why Homo sapiens suddenly appeared. So it's an interesting thought. Sorry. JC Jazz wrote, yes, me, that's what I heard. Sorry, I'm not sure. I've missed probably chunks where I'm doing waffling on or whatever. Crazy is wrote, Anunnaki controlled the world and have since the dawn of humans. I can't argue with you. It's possible. It's very possible that they're still here. Arabelle has wrote, we are not alien. I'm not anyway. We've got 2 fused chromosomes, which someone had done to us, and it wasn't God. He wouldn't have needed to fuse the chromosomes. He would have just made us straight as it is. Hossein, forgive me if I pronounce it wrong. Some people say Shakespeare didn't exist. I've not heard that. It's a lot of books to write as a pseudonym for someone that didn't exist. You'd probably be better off writing it in your own name. But anyway, yeah. Apple Boyles wrote, do you believe in Thoth Hermes? Yes, I do. I do genuinely believe he was Ningazida in Anunnaki times. I mean, we found his temple, Thoth's temple, which was in Heraclean, sunken, which is where I say Atlantis is. Watch my pinned video on where Atlantis is, and you'll find that all makes sense. Say has wrote, I am an advanced intelligence compared to the Dundra heads out there and about now. There are some Dundra heads out there, I'll give you that. I'm probably one of them. JC Jazra, I've seen a few different types of UFOs, man-made and alien. Hopefully next time you're available, come on my live. I'd love to chat to you. Sassy's wrote, you are wearing blue and have a white hallway with a picture on the left before the living room. Straighten it. Oh, bless you. Unfortunately, I'm not black. No, I'm wearing black tracksuit bottoms. Don't hate me. And a t-shirt that's kind of patterny but black arms. I suppose you could say, was it black or very, very dark? I think it's black. And my hallway is two-tone, and on the left, if you're going towards the front door, is a mirror. On the right, no picture. And the left mirror is straightened because it's on the resting on a radiator. So it's a big mirror, so it's not technically resting on it, but it is on it. The bottom part on a frame. So Sayers wrote, "Why would aliens want to observe humanity circling the drain?" It's a good question, because we probably have resources that they don't have, such as DNA or genetics. Bishops wrote, "Believing Greys being descendants from the future." I used to, but when you do enough research and you find out all the locations they are and where they've come from, no, they're not. In my opinion, I honestly thought that, but I doing more and more research, categorically no. Plus, also the Anunnaki told us that they created us, so that's another big reason why. Apple Boyers are the orbs angels. No, angels are just messengers. They were Anunnakis, just people that went round, either sometimes Anunnakis themselves, sometimes demigods, which are half Anunnaki, or possibly even a push, probably just normal humans that were messengers for the Anunnaki. And if you don't believe me, just ask what the word angel translates from, and you'll find the word messenger. So we can get rid of the angel part. We forget angels. There's no such thing as an angel. That's just a name that Hebrew used for word messenger. But are the orbs spirits? Yes. Are they dead people? Some of them are. The ones that have just left someone and hasn't crossed over to the second plane, yes. If they've already crossed over to the next plane of existence, the second plane, then they take control back of the orb. You're just a memory in a hard drive, and they go back around again. I've done videos on it. In fact, if you're interested in what the orbs are, 3-hour documentary, everything you need to know about spirits on my Patreon page, patreon.com/OurTrueHistory. For a few quid, you've got hours and hours, days, weeks, nearly probably a week's worth of viewing on there of all sorts of different things. In fact, I did a video just yesterday. I didn't think anyone would even watch it. And I got some fantastic comments. I did a video because I was talking to ChatGDP, and I said about giants, for example, and it said giants were myths in the past, and then I sort of said, well, no, we've got giants now, and it went, well, yeah, okay, we've got giants now, but anything in the past was a myth. So I start arguing with it. So then I say, okay, so a cyclops is a myth, and it went, yes. And then I said, no, there's a thing called cyclopea, which actually produces a cyclops, and it went, yeah, you're right on that. And then it tries to justify it, and I was like, no, you're not getting away with that easy. I had like half an hour reading back on this video on my Patreon page. There's loads of other better videos, but I was really going to town on this freaking absolutely biased computer. I even said you're biased. Anyway, someone wrote back, watched it, one of my followers, and said, "Oh, I love this. This is amazing." And they started telling me about times that they get angry with the computer and stuff. So with AI, so yeah, even that little video is interesting to people. Sorry. JC Jazra, I was working with Thoth and said his name is pronounced T-O-T. Tahoti. You might be right. I mean, I can't even pronounce names as it is, let alone names that are supposed to be pronounced in a different way. So it's possible. Sayers wrote, "Stop getting your eyes scanned, people." Oh, that's that new thing, isn't it, where they're trying to offer people money to scan your eyes so they can control you even more. Trust me, they're going to get that money back off of you one way or another if they give you money. Debbie's wrote, "Can you tell me what the green orbs are I see?" I'm not sure on colours. I'm aware that there's possibly different colours of orbs, but I couldn't tell you what each one represents. I don't have enough information to say, oh, that was, for example, a loved one, or oh, that's your guardian spirit, or that's something else, an animal, or I just don't have enough information So I'm afraid I can't tell you colours. Sayers wrote, so the world is flat or round. Not one person still gave me a sensible answer on my pinned video about the Earth. Not one person. In fact, I think I did a live once where I actually tried to debate myself, and I was probably the only closest person to actually come up with that it's flat with my own arguing against myself. So yeah, it's flat. It's round. Sorry. Sayers wrote, how did the aliens get through the firmament? Did anyone see my new video where I annihilate the rocket hitting the dome? Anyone see that? Where I actually show how they tricked it and just edited out a minute of it slowing down. And of course, if you hit 3,800 and something odd miles an hour, this rocket hits the dome and just goes. Well, it doesn't actually do anything. It just carries on going, but slowly. How mental are people to think that a 3,000 miles an hour rocket hitting an impenetrable dome will not break up? I mean, seriously, the rocket must have been made out of the most strongest thing ever. But anyway, I destroy it because I show that they actually edited out about a minute's worth of footage, and I recreate that because I'm a video editor and I knew exactly what they'd done, because people kept saying to me, what about the one rocket that hit the dome? I was like, well, 286 was launched last year and not one of them hit the dome, but hey, let's forget the 286 that went up. Anyway, but so yeah, I annihilated that, and I'm quite good. I might do a video series of all the things that I've destroyed. I know. My mum never used to praise me much, so she went to a clairvoyant when I was, I don't even know if I was even born at that point, but she told me at a young age, when I was probably 9 or 10, she said to me, oh, I went to a clairvoyant, and she told me about your brother and sister, and she said, and you? I was like, yeah. She goes, the clairvoyant said that your confidence will take you. And I was like, that was only 9 or 10. I couldn't read or write or anything back then. And, well, there you go. So, whether or not she was right, I don't know. But I do come across big-headed sometimes. I know, everyone's told me. Look at it as a nice thing. Don't hate me for it. Kat has wrote, are you from Essex? My dad is from Basildon, and you have the same accent. No, I'm not from Basildon. I am Greater London, but more south-west London. So sort of Ealing-y. What else is around there? Hamwell, Hayes, Feltham, Brentford, sort of Middlesexy. That's the name. Don't worry, I'm not being rude. Middlesex area. Alfredo's right. I know that sounds big-headed. Count times 6. I know. I can't help it. I can't help it. My dad did praise me, but unfortunately he passed a while back now. So, Gray Paul has wrote, the Earth is a corn nut beat up sphere. I don't know what corn nut is. Maybe that's sort of an American nut something. Apples wrote, Thoth passed away in Atlantis. Hermes. The problem with that is we've got the Emerald Tablets of Thoth that say he went from Atlantis to Egypt and then built the second pyramid. So I'd probably go with that than him dying in Atlantis, because Atlantis did sink, if you believe where I say it is, which has got his temple on it, so it's pretty good evidence. Sorry, Jade is right. I was born in the forest as a fungi and evolved to look human. I'm not sure how much time had passed. Ah, well, I'm sure you look fine to all of us. Even, wait for it, I know, what's his name, Alfredo's going to make some joke about being a fun guy, because Alfredo is a fun guy. In a nice way. MVL has wrote, what's your opinion on the Denivisms? Another hominid, really. There's not much to go on. I think there's pretty much only like a fingernail and a couple of skeletons, unless you know different, but a couple of skeletons that have part Denivism and part another hominid, possibly Homo sapiens as well. So I know people sometimes say, "Oh, the Denivisms were the ones that the Anunnaki genetically modified, etc." I still don't see that from the evidence. I stuck with Neanderthal for a very, very long time with the evidence that I have of what they were like from what the Anunnaki described. And I still had people telling me, no, it can't be Neanderthal because black people don't have Neanderthal DNA. I stuck with my guns because, obviously with the Denivisms we don't have much information. So the only one I could go with that matched was Neanderthal. And lo and behold, I don't know, a few months back now, Princeton University comes out with a new study saying black people have Neanderthal DNA. And I was like, whoa, our true history rocks. I probably did do wow, our true history rocks back then. So yes, so the Denivisms is just another hominid that I can't. There's nothing major about them other than they were here, same as Florensis, Naledi. Oh, do you know how many different species of hominids there were? There was bloody loads. I won't be able to remember all the names, but you could Google it. Bishops wrote, only them same species can join DNA. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. My battery's on. Trying to see it, my eyes are going funny now. 3% or something, 7 maybe. Only them same species can join DNA. Well, if we're part Neanderthal, and all the other hominids are hominids, and we're all human. From what I understand, the hominids were called humans, and we're all still part of humans. Then would make sense that we can breed with them all, and they all breed with each other. Sayers wrote, "I'm not homo," with a laughing face. No comment. Although nowadays there's probably something in the water that give it time, and you'll be down the drugstore asking for medicines that they want you to buy. Lisa's wrote, "I have visions before something is about to happen, or I get a feeling come over. I'm more in tune." Yeah, I would love to chat to you. I mean, that's funny. No one's ever asked me about premonitions really on lives, and I know quite a lot on that, but no one's ever really spoke to me, and now I haven't really got the time. So if you don't mind, Lisa, if you're around, I would love to chat with you next time. I have let people on tonight, and so it sounds really bad, doesn't it? As if I'm the gatekeeper and no one's allowed to be on my channel. Wasn't like that. It's just the ones I did let on before ended up bad. But so yeah, if you're around, I'll definitely do this again. Ho Chin has wrote, "Humans are so weak. I don't know why we survived evolution." I think it's probably because we gang together. I think that's really it. If we was just on our own, with the animals that are out there in different places, obviously places like England, we had probably big cats, yeah, but nothing like what America would have had, for example, with the buffaloes and the whatever else massive. Even mooses are massive, which we don't have here. So yeah, Lisa's wrote, "My blood is rhesus negative. Only 50% of humans have that blood." That's correct. That is correct. Yeah. You normally do tend, according to people like Philomena, you do have extra ESP when you have Rh neg, which I believe is the Anunnaki's blood type. Bishop has wrote, "Odd that all of us have that fused chromosomes, not just a bunch of us." But yeah, I mean that's why the logic is that it was someone in a lab setting, which is why luckily we've got the tablets to say the same thing. Paul's wrote, "They used chemicals to fuse our chromosomes. We were made by mad scientists in the lab." Pretty much spot on. Yeah. MLV or MVL, sorry. "Do you believe?" I'm going to let the battery die now. I think I'm on 1%, so it'll come up with 30 seconds left soon. "Do you believe in the contents of the Emerald tablets?" Mostly. mostly I do. There's things in there that there's translations of these way back in Latin times. I think around 1200. There's things in there that no one would have even thought of, about universes and how it would have started and all that kind of stuff, which is in there. So you got to ask who freaking come up with that idea about spirits, jinn, which again, if you don't know, jinn's in there. Watch my Patreon video. Alfredo's wrote questions about Irish blog. Check out Outro History's podcast on Spotify. Yes, I do have that. I think on Spotify. So yeah, I do have a Spotify account called Outro History. Thank you, Alfredo. I bet that's the one where you're top of the class 3 times in a row. Okay, battery's low, 30 seconds. So I'm afraid I've missed some of the questions. But thank you, everybody. Thoroughly enjoyable, and I will catch you all again very, very soon. So I'm just going to turn it off before battery dies. Oh, it's not letting me. Okay, it's going to die any second. Thank you. Bye.